have Lupita here with her team to assist. I think she's in the back right now with the headsets. And she'll translate those comments immediately. Yes, please. Thank you.
Español, aquí estamos Roxanne y yo para servirles.
I call this meeting to order at 5:31 p.m. and would like to establish a quorum by roll call.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
I notify the audience that the open session will be audio taped, broadcast, and recorded for the district's YouTube channel. Let's adopt the agenda. Before I ask for a motion to adopt the agenda, I want to point out a few additional updates to the agenda that we have made for this meeting. As mentioned at the last meeting, the previous agenda structure had worked for several years, but we saw an opportunity for changes to refocus board meetings on students and the purpose of accomplishing district business. Last meeting, we revised the order of reports, starting with a student presentation, moving our student representative report, and then ACT and CSEA reports. We also adjusted the timing of the superintendent's report and shifted reports from board members to board operations after the board completes its open session business. As I mentioned at the last meeting, we also plan to alter the agenda starting with this meeting to provide additional opportunities for the public comment. Tonight's agenda replaces our past single public comment period at the beginning of the meeting with public comment opportunities during each agenda item and additional separate opportunities for public comment on unagendized items and closed session items before the closed session begins. For each action or discussion item, the board will hear from the staff, be able to ask questions of the staff, then we'll provide an opportunity for public comment, then hold discussion and a vote if necessary. Public comment on unagendized items will be heard under item 6, and we will hear public comment on closed session items under item 9 before going into closed session. To help us organize public comment using the system, if you wish to provide public comment, please complete a speaker card located at the entrance of the meeting and provide to the executive assistant, Michelle. The speaker cards for public comment on any agendized item will be accepted prior to me calling an item. With that update, may I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
And I'll second.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Anne-Marie, can I call on you to start the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you. Thank you, Anne-Marie. Next, item 2, reports. These are routine status updates regarding campus activities, meeting schedules, conferences, and meetings attended, and recent developments from the student presentations. Tonight we have the Monterey County Student Advisory Panel. Our student representative, Marcus Mitchie, who is not feeling well and will not be here tonight, so we will skip that item. Association of representatives from the ACT and the CSEA. And we'll start with the student presentation from Monterey County Student Advisory Panel.
Thank you very much for listening and for the opportunity to address the board. Especially thank you to Superintendent Ofek. My name is Juliet Norman, and I am a sophomore at Carmel High School and am in the leadership class as sophomore class president. I am also the chairperson and founder of the newly formed Monterey County Student Advisory Panel. In leadership class, I saw that many of the issues we address as student leaders are issues which all schools in our county share. I thought it would be wonderful if different schools could communicate and help each other by sharing ideas that had worked for them so we could all learn from one another. I talked to our leadership faculty advisor, Mrs. Powers, about contacting other school districts, and she was extremely supportive of the idea. Last fall, Mrs. Powers coordinated our school's involvement in a leadership education conference with other school districts in the county, And it allowed for me to see that every school has things that we need to work on and also things that we especially excel in. And so I felt that we could bring all of the schools together and try to address all of the things that we wanted to improve with each of us excelling at different things. The people that I spoke with were very enthusiastic about the idea, and many were able to send representatives to our very first meeting. Our first meeting was last month over Zoom, and it was a very positive and productive meeting. 14 students representing the Salinas Union High School District, the Monterey Peninsula Unified School District, and the Carmel Unified School District attended. These districts represent over 29,000 total students. There were representatives from Seaside, Marina, Rancho San Juan, Everett Alvarez, and Carmel, and even more students we hope will be able to participate in future meetings. Our first order of business was to adopt the mission statement. The mission statement was made and approved by all of the members at the Zoom meeting last month, and it is to represent and amplify the student voices in Monterey County through improving interschool relations and cooperation, increasing the effectiveness of individual student councils, initiating and promoting improvements and activities for the general good of the students, and voicing a collective opinion on county-wide affairs. We also discussed how we could categorize our shared concerns and formed 6 committees based on these categories. The 6 committees are peer leadership, education, student safety, health and social issues, environmental issues, and inclusivity. Students from each school volunteered to serve on communities where they felt they could make the biggest contributions. The first committee was the Peer Leadership Committee, and this will address how students can get into leadership positions in the county and in their school, and how they can help one another and their communities through that leadership. This would include tutoring, organizing activities, peer counseling, and community service projects. The next committee is the Education Committee, where we work to address the educational needs of the students and make it a focus of what the students feel they need, and to really address what they need outside of school and inside of school. And this could include extracurricular activities, athletics, VAPA, technology, and teacher training, and just the day-to-day life of school. The next committee is student safety. This would address bullying, violence, and vandalisms, and it would hope to make schools safe and inviting for everyone, and it would address how we would be able to do that in the most effective way. This would include ideas for prevention and intervention and emergency response programs so that students are able to not get into these situations, and so that we can address them easily. Next is health and social issues, and this is where we try to ask how can we maintain and improve both the mental and physical health of students. So this would include topics ranging from the importance of rest and exercise to subjects such as substance abuse, and it would include education on all of those and preventing those in the most effective way so that people are open to it and so that they feel like they are able to talk with others about what they are experiencing. The next committee is environmental issues. As we know, the environment is a very big topic right now, and how we will be able to take care of the environment, especially as the future generations are growing up. And so this would be how can we improve the environment, how can we improve schools environmentally and make them conscious of what they are doing, and also to hopefully educate the community and the student body as we are addressing those issues. And this would be trying to make school events and activities more environmentally safe, such as sporting events or rallies or dances. And it would also, just as I said before, educate the community and the student body so that they know how to move forward and hopefully take responsibility. The last committee is the Inclusivity Committee, and this asks how we can make all students feel welcome and comfortable, and we hopefully would work to promote diversity, equality, and inclusion to ensure every student is treated with respect, and so that they feel safe at school, and so that they are able to feel loved and like they and just so that we can promote diversity in the schools. And this would include educating students about preventing and handling situations where a student is being discriminated against, and activities to help bond the student body so that no one feels like they are left out. I was very impressed by the intelligence, strength of character, receptiveness to new ideas, and motivation for improvement that was exhibited by the student leaders from each school in our meeting last month. And I am excited about the advancements that our combined efforts may and can achieve. Ms. Powers is working to facilitate our next meeting, which will be in person at Carmel High School, and she is also talking to new faculty advisors from new schools to work out a date and to hopefully get them involved. So far, we have 10 students from our leadership class who have volunteered their time to help with this meeting, including Board Clerk Nockbar's daughter, who is following in her footsteps by serving on the Environmental Committee. We are very grateful for this opportunity to bring the board up to date about what we are doing at this early stage in the process, and we would be very thankful for your input and suggestions, and we would appreciate any guidance you could offer us in the future. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you very much, Juliet. Do any board members have questions or comments for her?
I just wanted to say hi again.
Hi.
I'm glad that you're following in Jack's footsteps, but yet doing something completely different. So I really like this. Are you going to have a report out at some point in time after you've had a couple of more meetings and just sort of keeping the board in touch of what's going on and what's happening in all these different areas?
Yes, we will definitely make a report. That is a great idea.
Thank you.
Yeah, so what's the inception of this committee? Is it Monterey County?
Yes, it would be Monterey County.
And coming out of which department? I'm just curious.
It would just be the leadership so far, but we hope to get clubs involved and people who feel especially like they could help with these topics.
Interesting. Really, first time I've seen anything like this. Sounds
Thank
really
you.
good.
I would just like to clarify that this was Juliet's idea, and she made a path to make this happen. So it was a student-generated idea and followed through upon with support from some adults to get all of these kids together. So that's pretty amazing and impressive, especially for, I think, a sophomore student who's just new to Carmel High School. So I think that's fantastic. Thank you. Just wanted to make sure everyone understands it's not sponsored by anyone. It's through her own initiation and her own effort to pull this group together.
Thank you.
Are all high schools involved in this?
Well, we're trying to get more high schools involved, but we did have the 4 that I mentioned. We had San Juan and Marina and Everett Alvarez and Seaside.
Is the idea to get more involvement?
Yes, we're hoping to get as many schools as possible because it is very much the more involvement, the better.
I agree.
That was a great presentation. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much for being here this evening. So you mentioned that there are 10 leadership students from Carmel High.
Mhm.
How many other students from the 4 other schools just roughly are involved? Like how big is this group?
So far we have 14 from the other schools, but we're hoping to expand that. As I said before, hope to get like clubs from other schools involved for like the inclusivity and environmental and all of those issues, and just expand it outside of the leadership class itself.
I love that. So how are you doing that? Are you going to these other schools and talking about this program and the different committees, like within other leadership groups on other campuses, or how are you doing that?
So far, I've been calling and emailing schools to get them to send representatives that they think would be a good fit for this. But I think that it would be a great idea to like be able to present to the other schools as well.
That's awesome. Thank you so much again. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you as well. It's wonderful to
build on the concept of the more you know, the more people can, or students can benefit from that. So
Yeah.
thank you for taking the initiative to do this. It's really quite impressive.
Thank you.
And I had two questions. The first is, are you going to be inviting adults or experts in some of these fields to present to the committees when you're looking at a specific topic?
I hadn't thought about that, but that is a very good idea, and I think that could definitely be implemented for sure.
So I'm offering myself up for the environmental one.
Great. That would be amazing. Thank you.
I would love to do that. Yeah. And then secondly, kind of following up on what Anne Marie said is, I'm just curious how you'll be working with ASB and our student representative to the board, just to update them on your current, efforts.
So Ms. Powers has, along with me, we've presented to the leadership class so far, which got the volunteers for the meeting that we have upcoming. But we're hoping to just implement that and present on a wider scale, hopefully later on.
That's great. And again, it's a great example to see a student who's taking initiative and seeing it from beginning to end. And you're a really good mentor for others to, take an idea and move it forward. So
Thank you.
congratulations.
Thank you.
I'll echo the gratitude that everybody else voiced. And I do appreciate the initiative of you starting so young, because now it gives you 3 years to build a robust program and then pass the torch at some point. So I think this is something that could be lasting for our community and is a big feather in the cap for Carmel High School and our community as a whole.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you.
As I mentioned before, for anybody who came in late, we will be skipping agenda item 2B. Our student representative is absent this evening, so we'll move on to agenda item 2C, reports from the ACT and CSCA. And we'll start with the ACT.
Hi, good evening. I'm Elizabeth Marsh. I'm the president of the Association of Carmel Teachers. And over the last month, I've participated in collaborative conversations with Superintendent Ofek, Board President Ramenzi, CSCA President Brazil, and we held meetings at Tularcitos and Carmelo Child Development Center, and staff members from Tular, Carmelo, the Adult School, Kashawa Children's Center, and Carmel Valley High were invited to the sessions. And our role was to listen to feedback from meeting attendees. We heard many things the district is doing well and should continue, as well as areas of improvement for students, staff, and families. And I'm grateful for the work that we're starting to do together. And I look forward to the sessions scheduled at Carmel River School, Captain Cooper, Carmel Middle, and Carmel High coming up in the next several weeks. And our ACT bargaining team attended a 2-day interest-based bargaining training together with CSEA members, district personnel, and representation from the school board. We learned and reviewed how our organization can engage in negotiations that solve problems and maintain relationships. We practiced negotiation agreements that met the interests of both parties. So in simulations, we did really well. And we'll look forward to our next bargaining session, which will take place on March 20th. So we'll have a chance to try out our new skills. And once again, I will express my gratitude to all of our district leadership for continuing to show up, engaging in difficult conversations, and working toward getting the focus back to the incredible work being done in our classrooms. Have a good evening. Thanks.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Next up will be our CSCA president, Lisa Brazil.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Lisa Brazil, the president of Carmel Chapter 190. Elizabeth said almost everything that I have written on my page. So we should have done it together. But I do want to thank both Sharon Ofek and Jason Ramenzi and the commitment by the board and the administration to these collaborative conversations. I think they were very successful. The ones we've completed so far, we learned a lot. And Ms. Ofek is our note taker, and she has many, 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 many pages of those giant Post-its probably hanging in her office right now. I look forward to continuing that process and to working with the district and the board to incorporate what we're learning into the changes that we're going to be making going forward to make this a stronger school district and a great place to work. I also want to appreciate the district the board, the administration, and in particular Craig Chavez for their commitment to the IBB process in negotiations. As Elizabeth mentioned, we all went through training. Some of us have been through it many times. And the district's commitment to that process has really strengthened the relationships between the units, the staff, and the administration and the district. So I greatly appreciate that and look forward to beginning negotiations here in the next couple of months. I want to give a little cause for celebration. CSEA Special Ed aide Morgan Balistreri, who some of you have met. She is an aide in many of our classes. She's been working in the special ed department for a few years. She was a BIA prior to that. Just passed her BCBA exam, and this is no small feat. So she did that in conjunction with working on her credential and getting her master's degree, which she will have at the end of the fall semester. So she's planning on leaving the classified unit, sadly, and becoming a teacher. So good job on Morgan. And this is kind of a shameless plug for the high school, an event that Marcus would have brought up. The Carmel High Red Cross Club will be hosting the Jeff Wright Memorial Blood Drive on Friday, March 29th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. in the Carmel High Library. So Jeff was a beloved teacher, a mentor, a coach, and a coach at CHS for 27 years, and he lost his battle with cancer this past December. So the district, the school site, would like to invite district employees from every site, board members, alumni, and members of the public to come and honor Jeff and donate blood. Anybody interested to schedule an appointment, please contact Nora Ward at nward@carmelunified.org. So please sign up because we have a lot of spaces available. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Agenda item 3, Superintendent Report. These are routine status updates regarding campus activities, meeting schedules, conferences, and meetings attended, and recent developments from our Superintendent, Sharon Ofek.
All right, good evening, everyone. In reflecting on the past month, I must echo my colleagues' thoughts around being filled with gratitude and appreciation. Although I would like to highlight the collective resilience and progress, as today marks the very exact day 4 years ago since the onset of our pandemic and all of our schools shut down. So I think that's a very it's just a remarkable day today to think about what we've endured and what we've gone through and where we are today based on where we were 4 years ago. So just a moment to highlight that in case that hadn't crossed people's minds. I certainly thought about it this morning as I lived through some pretty interesting times, like the rest of you. But anyway, I'm pleased to share these following highlights with everyone about the past month. And you will hear repetition. It's just, I think, par for the course with all of us reporting out. But along with the Board of Education, we participated in a learning workshop where we actively participated with Dr. Lee Pritzel on team functionality and future building strategies around how we become a highly effective governance team. We held a budget study session recently where we very deeply delved into the financial status of the district, which you'll hear just a hint about a little later tonight around the second interim. You'll hear some of that information as well. I attended the Carmel High School basketball team's CCS championship journey and adventures off to the NorCal competition, which was so far away I wasn't able to make it to that one, but it was a fun experience, and the camaraderie and the community that came from that was pretty phenomenal. We launched, as you heard earlier, the collaborative conversations with CSEA, ACT, and the board president to engage with staff around fostering open dialogue, communication, and develop better understanding for what we can do in our district to continue improvements. We engaged, and I say we because it's not just me, it's members of cabinet and whomever else we need to bring along with us, but we engaged with the staff at Apple Pie and Captain Cooper to problem solve the issue of the tree falling on the building in a way that we are able to open the school as quickly as possible. We are committed to expediting the reopening of that school in Big Sur, where the students don't have to leave their community to go to school. So we are prioritizing the needs of our community in that way, and we are continuing to have communication and meetings as needed, and that is an evolving situation as we navigate those conditions. I've attended both the robotics competition in San Jose and the mock trial competition right here in Monterey. They're amazing. They're phenomenal experiences in terms of being able to witness the dedication and commitment and talents of our students. These students, both building these machines that have to do these activities and programming them where you have to stand far away from them and they have to go do whatever the task is. And then, with mock trial, they're literally in a courtroom with a real judge and trying to, present their case. So it's really an amazing experience to watch the excellence of our students and the way that they shine in those environments and those moments. I will say that the mock trial competition for Monterey County, Carmel High School won that for second year in a row. I'm sure many more years, but last year and this year. And they are headed, not this weekend, next weekend down to LA for the state competition. So that's fun. Participated along with everyone else in the interest-based bargaining training, so I'll pass along on that one, as you've heard about it. And then finally, I just want to say another testament to the talents of our kids. On Friday night, both the High School Singer-Songwriters Club hosted a concert that really highlighted the amazing talents, not just of the students in the program, but also the staff who performed at the very end of the concert for like an amazingly long time. And they invited the middle school songwriting class to come and perform as well. So it was really nice to see the collaborative effort to be inclusive and to have students from the middle school come join the high school. So with that, I will move on and let us continue with this agenda, but I just want to say thank you to everyone who contributes to making these activities possible for our students. It's pretty phenomenal. And our staff should be noted for giving of their time and their energy well beyond the typical, school day, the bell-to-bell day. So I appreciate everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Agenda item 4, consent calendar. The board may bundle a number of items and act upon them together in one motion through the use of a consent calendar. Consent agenda items are routine items deemed to be non-controversial for which board discussion is not anticipated and for which superintendent recommends approval. There will be no discussion on these items prior to the vote unless any member or members of the board request specific items to be removed from the discussion.
I ask for an item to be removed, please.
What item is that?
It's G, and I don't remember the subsection name. It's Volair Strategic.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Can I receive a motion to approve the rest of the agenda minus item G?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar with the removal of consent calendar agenda item G.
And I'll second.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar,
Yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi,
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen,
Yes.
Board Member Carl
Yes.
Palestrini, Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Moving on to the former consent item, item G, independent contractor service agreement to ratify.
It was a specific section within that. I don't remember what number it was, and I was trying to pull it up on my phone, and it wasn't coming up, but it was Volair Strategic. I just needed to know a little bit more about that. I know that I have just some questions about the scope of what they're going to be doing, where they're going to be involved in, what's going to be coming of them after June, and just some basics. Thank you.
Sure. So this is a short-term contract for communication support, as we had a position, and we have to just determine whether or not we want to use contracted services or look toward hiring someone. So we are using a short-term contract at this time to receive that type of support.
Okay, so is the public or any of our staff going to be able to access some of this contract support, or is it just going to go through, is it just for your office only?
All communications go through the superintendent's office. Even when we had our own internal person, all communications went through the superintendent's office. So
Okay.
it goes through that.
So say, I see that we have some media here, so if they wanted to do some contacting, or you were going to form some kind of a statement, they would come through you, you would work with them, they would put out whatever information back to the media? Is that,
Potentially,
Okay.
yeah, it depends on, we have a contract with someone to do those services now.
okay, so are they going to like update our website and things like that, or is it just going to be, just strictly to messages that are going to be going out to the public, emergency kind of situation things?
No, it's a full communications, there's multiple pages of services that are included in here in the attached contract of what they're able to do to support us.
Okay.
And it's up to us to determine. Our website is updated and maintained by people who are responsible for those individual pages, so
Okay.
that's different. But yes, we have support for our district through this contracted service.
So at the end of June, we're going to have to determine, or you're going to have to determine whether you want to continue this contract or not. So I noticed I read through all of the items that they offered, and they said that these were things that they could possibly offer, but I didn't know if there was something that we had specifically contracted with, or if it was we were going to be touching base with all of those items.
It's all available to us.
Okay.
So we can choose.
So for the one price, we're going to get all of those available to us.
Whatever we choose.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Can I receive a motion to approve the independent contractor service agreements?
I'll make a motion to approve consent agenda item G, independent contractor service agreements.
I'll second.
Board Member Carl Palestrini,
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nakbar,
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen,
Yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi,
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Agenda item 5A, Title IX Quarterly Update, March 2024, with Sharon Ofek and our district's Title IX Coordinator, Jackie Moran. This is an information item only.
Thank you. So this evening, back in November, we had an update on our Title IX efforts to streamline things, provide an update to the community and the Board of Education. This evening, at that meeting, we said we would provide a quarterly update.
Back in November, we had an update on our Title IX efforts to streamline things, provide an update to the community and the Board of Education.
Now I know what I sound like. All right, are we good? Yeah? Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and introduce Jackie Moran, our Title IX coordinator, who will present the information as I just want to remind everyone, we said starting in 2024.
Sorry, I'm trying to simultaneously watch you all and listen.
Introduce Jackie Moran, our Title IX coordinator, who will present the information as I just want to remind everyone, we said starting in 2024.
Sorry, I'm trying to simultaneously.
Yeah, I think we're dealing with a delay. Sharon's talking.
Okay, I
and then it's
muted
going
my
through
YouTube.
Jackie's,
Sorry
and then
about
it's going through that. There you go. Got it, got it.
Hi, everyone. Am I good to go? Can I just get a thumbs up from someone over there?
You're good.
Okay, you're all thank you. It's good to see everyone again. Thank you for inviting me back to provide the quarterly update. So what I wanted to go over today, and this is the format that we're going to be trying to use on a quarterly basis. I will say the information that we're providing today is year to date from the beginning of the school year. So the table that we provided here indicates the number of reports of alleged sexual misconduct that have been received by the Title IX coordinator, so have been sent my way since the start of the 23-24 school year. And for purposes of this update, we're using the term sexual misconduct to include sex discrimination, sexual harassment, sexual assault, dating violence, domestic violence, and stalking as they're defined by both Title IX and by California state law. And importantly, I want to clarify that when I talk about reports, this is defined as a notice to the district that an incident of sexual misconduct might have occurred. So reports can be made via email, phone call, or they can also be made in person to someone within the district. That's distinguished from a formal complaint, which we're defining as a document which is signed by a complainant or by myself, asking the district to actually initiate a resolution process under the Title IX complaint procedures. So the information that we're providing today is about the total number of reports and the total number of formal complaints. So you'll see that we have received 13 reports, but we have received 0 formal complaints. One thing to note also is that when multiple people report the same incident or when one person commits multiple acts of misconduct, the number of reports reflect each time that incident is reported, and rather than a consolidated number or unduplicated number of reports. So we could have more reports than actual incidents if something is reported to the office multiple times. The other thing to keep in mind is that regardless of whether a report meets the definition of sexual harassment as defined by Title IX, it will be documented as a report of alleged sexual misconduct. So sometimes after I conduct an initial inquiry with the person who made the report, we can resolve that with a determination that the incident is not sexual misconduct, but that it might be inappropriate behavior or rude behavior or bullying or just something unwanted, but that it is not necessarily sexual misconduct. So again, the information provided here shows that we've received 13 total reports from the start of this school year, and all of those have been resolved, but we have not received any formal complaints. So no written documents asking the district to initiate a resolution process under Title IX.
Thank you, Jackie.
And under the new format, this would be the point where
Okay, I don't know. I can't hear you all.
this would be the point that we're open for public
Okay,
comment.
I can't hear you through Zoom, so I don't know if there's going to be any questions, but the best way is for me to be able to hear those. Oh, now I can. Okay, I turned the volume up. There we go.
Can you hear us now, Jackie?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
All right, so this would be the time where we would hear public comments. Nobody turned in a public comment card for this agenda item, so we will now open this up to the board.
I guess I have just one question. Was this a combination of, student complaints and staff, or just was it singular to one group or the other?
It's the total number of all complaints that have, or all reports that have been made. So that includes both by students and staff.
Thank you.
Jackie, is this a typical number of complaints for a district our size, or is there not really a metrics for measuring that?
That's not something I can answer with certainty. I think it really varies depending on the district. So right now, as we're starting to collect that information, I think I might be able to answer that question better in a couple of years once we have some specific data for Carmel. But I can say that I would be more concerned if there were 0 reports. So the fact that people are reporting is good.
Thank you.
I just want to thank you, Jackie, for your presentation. I know you mentioned at the beginning that this was sort of a new format that you would be presenting with us quarterly. So I just appreciate the information and the data points and the format as presented. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And this might be a question more directed to you, Sharon, but I thought it would be useful to go through some of the training that the staff and teachers have received so far.
Sure. So since the start of the school, but even starting in May of last school year, we have provided both sexual harassment prevention and Title IX training for our staff in a variety of ways. One is the typical modules through our online learning platform for these types of trainings that are required and mandated annually. So they receive both Title IX and sexual harassment training. That is for every single employee. Then we have also provided training for our administrative council. We've provided training for our middle school and high school staffs. We're in the process of determining a good time for our elementary staff to get some training, because this kind of behavior or this concept manifests differently at elementary with little kids. So we want to have a specific training for elementary staff. We are working, this isn't about this report, but we are working, as the November presentation identified, to create some materials that will be used with students. And eventually my objective is to be able to provide a presentation to our students as well. But it is not the same presentation. It needs to be in their language, in their terms, and through vetting with them. So we're working on getting that type of curriculum development, if you want to call it that, or presentation development up and running, working with some folks to build that out. But we've done a whole bunch of training around both of those topics, sexual harassment prevention and Title IX. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I know you've done a lot of work in terms of trying to streamline the reporting process and building out the web, just to make it more user-friendly and accessible to students, to teachers, to staff.
Right. So we're working on pulling all the different places on our website where it's referenced and trying to find all those places. It's in a bunch of different places, and make it centrally located, completely understandable, and really clear, streamlined. That's taking a little bit of time because we keep finding new places. And we're in the process, even prior to a lot of this happening, the district had signed a contract to change web hosting platforms. So we're in the process of building out a whole new website to begin with for the Carmel Unified School District. But in terms of our current website, we're reviewing all of those materials that are posted, all of that information, looking for ways in which we can make it more clear and user-friendly.
Yeah, just a quick question on the process. If we get 13 reports, what's the timeline in terms of dealing with those in regards to becoming formal or not? And do you advise one way or the other? Did you hear that?
I did, thank you.
Okay.
So the timeline varies based on who makes the report, when the report is made, what the nature of the report is. But one of the things that we have worked on with the training specifically for the administrative council is that whenever somebody comes to them and makes the report, the first thing they're going to do is let them know that they have to share the information with the Title IX coordinator, and they also offer people the opportunity to make a formal complaint. So that's offered immediately. We don't advise people on whether or not they should make a formal complaint. We want that to be their decision, but we do let them know that it is available, and then I'm available to answer any questions they might have about what that process could look like. And the other piece with that is that if somebody makes a report and they're not sure if they want to make a formal complaint, they can do that later. So there's not necessarily a statute of limitations within the district on how long, how quickly they have to make that formal complaint. It does become more challenging to investigate the more time that has passed between the incident and when the formal complaint is made. But they have the ability to come back after a report has been made, let's say a week or a couple of weeks later, and make that report, and then we'll process it accordingly.
Just kind of curious of what the threshold for a formal complaint is, and how would they know?
So if an incident meets the definition of sexual harassment under Title IX, they would be, a formal complaint would be appropriate. They also have the ability to file a UCP, which would then obviously be processed differently and under a different policy. But that's the information that's shared, is if it meets the definition of sexual harassment under Title IX. And that's something that I don't generally ask people to fill out a formal complaint in a vacuum and then just send it to me. I want to be able to have a conversation with them about what those definitions are and whether or not something might meet that initial threshold. Because I don't want to give them, I don't want somebody to file a formal complaint and then realize that the incident doesn't fall under Title IX or California state law at all. I would have a conversation with them about that.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? Thank you, Jackie.
Thank you all.
We'll move on to agenda item 5B, Elementary Mathematics Implementation Update with Sharon Ofek and Jen Martin. This also is an information-only item with no action required.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So this evening, I'm very excited to share this information with you, and I'm even more excited to have our Curriculum Instruction and Assessment Coordinator, Jennifer Martin, known as Jen, present this information to you. This is some data that will help to provide some context for the district around what we have going on, because in January, we had the dashboard data, and then there was requests for information and data. So we have the dashboard data. We had another set of data that is, I'm skipping, I can't think of it at the moment. But anyway, tonight we're bringing you not a state level assessment, which is a summative assessment. We're bringing you a local assessment, which is helpful to us. We, as a district, have our kids assessed beginning of the year, middle of the year, end of year, and we are able to use that data. And what Jen's going to present this evening is the big concept of a balanced assessment plan and what the components of that are. And then she's going to go on and share some information about our very first implementation year with a new mathematics program at the elementary level, and then show whether or not there's progress from last year to this year. So I will turn it over to Jen, and she will share all that information.
Thank you so much for having me here today. Need to bring it down, right? Okay. So as Sharon mentioned, I am going to share some information about elementary, specifically around the mathematics. We adopted new instructional materials last year to use. So we adopted it in May of 2022 to use in 2022-23 school year. And so this is our second year of implementation with those materials. Also, as part of those materials, we also implemented a new assessment plan as well. And so when we are first looking at assessments, a balanced assessment system, there are often three kind of tiers to this. So this is a visual depiction of what a balanced assessment system looks like. So we have the state level, as Sharon said, which includes an annual summative assessment. This is the CASP test or CAST or ELA or math, right? That once a year annual assessment, and we often see those reports and scores on the California dashboard. There's also district level assessments, and so those are screener assessments or diagnostic assessments. Those include interim or summative assessments, so they can provide us input at the end or throughout the year. We see those 3 times a year, usually at the beginning, the middle, and the end of the year. And so they give us checkpoints around how our students are doing and how we can best support them and how we can utilize our time, energy, and resources around that. And then there's also classroom assessments. And so these are what we're most familiar with, right? These are the assessments that teachers are using on a daily basis. These are also formative and summative, but they're mostly formative. They're used to guide instruction and provide feedback to students. They are tailored towards that. So we might see those in unit assessments or lesson quizzes or classwork or observations or exit tickets, which are like a single question you might ask at the end of a period or class that give you information so that you can start the next period or class based on how students answered that question. So that's a visual depiction. As part of the adoption process, as I mentioned, we adopted instructional materials as well as an assessment plan. So those materials help us with both the classroom as well as the district level. And so we adopted a diagnostic assessment called the iReady Diagnostic. Our incredible group of educators that made up the implementation team, they created goals around what a successful implementation would look like. And so there were a few goals that we created, and one of our goals was around data specifically. So this was goal number 2 that they created, and it was that we will consistently use data purposefully to inform instruction to meet the needs of all students. And then they broke it down of what it would look like by each year. And so for year 1, which was last year, our focus was teachers across the district use and understand common assessments. And that included our iReady Diagnostic, which is that district level 3 times a year assessment, lesson quizzes. Lessons are in iReady 2 to 3 day lessons. So each day is a session, and so there are 3 to 5 sessions per lesson. And so we're looking at roughly weekly quizzes or check-ins on a weekly basis. And then there's end of unit assessments as well. So we worked on understanding those and then having those common pieces, giving the same type of assessments to our students. And then also in that year 1, we really wanted to take those assessments, those lesson quizzes and unit assessments, and use that to analyze the work and plan the next steps for instruction. So not just give the assessment and say, okay, we're done, right? They did great, but actually looking at the data and saying, okay, these students have got it, these students might not. What next steps should we take? And doing that collectively as a team. And then year 2, we said that district grade level teams will evaluate and refine those assessments across the district to inform instruction. So far, we have met across the district at all 3 sites, collectively every grade level. And so we've done that 2 times each year, and grade levels have found that incredibly important because being able to collaborate not just with, your teacher next door, but also the teacher at another school site that teaches the same grade is providing such great insight to them. And they're able to share strategies and really reflect on what has happened and what next steps we can take. So this next piece, so that we can better understand the iReady Diagnostic and the data that we're going to look at, we kind of need to understand the difference between a norm-referenced assessment and a criterion-referenced assessment. So a norm-referenced assessment is the typical type of assessment we usually see at district levels. So it is a measure that compares students to an average population. And so you often see this as like a percentile, right? A student might be at a 33 percentile, and so they are scoring below the 50th percentile, which is the average, right? So we often see this norm referenced as a general way that you evaluate students. But there's also a different way. There's the criterion referenced assessments. And so those are measures where students are in relation to a benchmark or standards. In this case, grade level standards, and they help us predict proficiency because that is what teachers are teaching, and that's what students are learning in the classroom is these California state standards. And so iReady is a criterion referenced assessment. It is based on the state standards, it's what students are learning in the classroom, and what teachers are teaching. So we're not comparing students to other students, we're comparing students to what they're expected to learn by the end of the grade. When we look at iReady, they use 5 different levels. So one of them is if students are scoring in green, this is our mid to above grade level scoring. So if we're seeing a dark green, that really means that students are meeting where they should be at the end of the year. They're on end of grade level or they're above grade level. And so this piece is really important to notice because we want this dark green by the end of the year. Our light green is early on grade level. So this is where students have partially met grade level expectations and they would benefit from continued grade level instruction. When we see students scoring in yellow, this is showing us that students are placing one grade level below and they're approaching those grade level standards. And this helps us identify which students might be ready for grade level instruction and ready for the next steps. At the beginning of the year, we would expect all students to be on yellow because they haven't learned grade level content yet. And then when we see light or dark red, we're noticing that students might be scoring 2 or more or 3 or more grades below, and they're likely going to need those additional supports or those prerequisite skills to be able to access grade level content. So in the following data, we're going to see these 5 different placement levels, and they're going to help us identify how our students are doing at this point in time. So this slide shows how our students are doing in comparison. Now, as I mentioned, this is a criterion referenced assessment, so we're not comparing our students to other students. This is showing us how our students are doing at this point in the year, in winter of 23-24 school year, towards those standards, right? Towards a standards-based assessment. And this also shows us, so that we have some understanding and relation here, what the national norm was in 18-19. That was before COVID, right? So we have those norms. How the national year, how students are doing nationally year to date, and also how California overall is doing year to date. And so looking at this slide, you'll notice that we have quite a bit of students on green at this point in the year, and it's only middle of year. So we have roughly 32% of our students district-wide, including all grade levels at the elementary level, kinder through 5th grade. We've got 32% of our students already meeting basically grade level, end of year grade level content, 24% early on, 39% just 1 grade level below, so they're ready for that instruction. And then 4% is at 2 grade levels below, 1% is at 3+ grade levels below. This next slide shows us a wealth of information. It shows us great cohort data. So a cohort is a group of students that took an assessment and they also took a subsequent assessment. So we're looking at students who took both the beginning and end of year for last year, as well as the beginning and middle of year for this year. So if we look underneath column 1, those are our current first graders. And this is really exciting because we don't often get this data, and we have it in year 2, so it's really exciting to see. So our current first graders, we had 113 students in this cohort. They took it in kindergarten, they took this assessment in kindergarten, and they went up from the beginning of the year to the end of the year by 28 points, which is a really good amount. Over summertime, they lost no points. So from the end of last year to the beginning of this year, they scored at the same. We often see we call it the summer slide, right? Because there's no instruction typically during summer. And so we often see a decline and the average is 2, at least for this grade level. But kindergarten stayed the same. And then from the beginning of the year to just the middle of the year this year, we see an increase of 19 points. Our second graders, we saw an increase of 32 points from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. They went down 4, which is totally normal. In fact, it's lower decline than the average, which is 5, what we typically see in second graders. And then from the beginning of the year to just the middle of the year this year, they went up 14 points. So our current third graders last year as second graders went up 32 points, made no decline over summer, and then at this point in time, they have gone up 11 points from the beginning to the middle. Our fourth graders went up 33 points over the average of last year, had a decline of 7 over summer, and then are back up 12 points from the beginning to the middle. And lastly, our fifth graders, as fourth graders, they went up 30 points. We saw a decline of 6, which is still below the average of 9 over summer, and then they currently went up 9 points from the beginning to the middle. So this is really great to see this cohort data. And so oftentimes we might see data, but it's hard to know who actually continued on and what the numbers were, because sometimes students will be absent or people move, right, to different districts. So it's nice to have information like this. And then this slide shows us just this year, from the beginning of the year to winter, kind of where our students fall and what this looks like. So again, this is cohort data. So we're looking at the same group of students. This is all students who took the beginning of the year to the middle of the year, district-wide, all grade levels. And so kind of where they fell at the beginning of the year and how they're progressing towards that dark green at this point in time. And again, we really want to see that dark green by the end of the year. And so we've made tremendous growth. And this is just one piece of data. We know that teachers are doing amazing work with the class data that they have and those lesson quizzes and unit assessments, but it's also really great to see this type of data too, because it gives us a broad perspective and helps us be able to identify where our students are at and then how to best support them with our time, energy, and resources. So yeah, that's our information.
That's it.
There was no public comment cards received by the board, so we'll move on to the board comments.
Yeah, you know, honestly, looking at the colors, 39% seems like a high number for us. I can see the growth, but it seems a little shocking to me that we have that many students that are either not there, maybe on their way. Is it just me reading this wrong or what?
No, I see exactly where you're standing. And that's exactly how our teachers feel too, right? Is they're like, what? They're below. They haven't met that. But we have to remember we're only at middle of year. And so they haven't taught all of the material. And this is an overarching perspective. They also have, sorry, I hear a little squeaking here. They also have information when we dig deeper into this assessment around the domains. So that helps us identify our students low in a particular area, such as geometry, which we haven't taught yet, or are they low in more foundational skills like numbers and operations, and we really need to bulk that up. This assessment also gives teachers a prerequisite report, which is really nice because it aligns with our instructional materials. And so before teachers are about to teach something, they can pull that prerequisite report and say, oh, okay, I've got these students who are scoring in this area in this particular domain on these exact standards. Here are some prerequisite pieces I might need to pull in before I teach this piece or as I'm teaching it. Is this me?
That was me.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'm like, I need to step back.
So just to follow up, if you look at the general chart, you've got 32% are mid, and you've got the light green, 24%. So you've got about half of them on target. Would that be right?
Well, we have 31% at this point in time already mastering the end of year standards.
That would be
or
the-
they're above grade level.
Okay.
And so that is tremendous. I mean, thinking that
Okay.
we have almost a third of our students already at middle of year that are there.
Okay.
So I think that's great. And then it's tricky too because this graph doesn't really show you the bubble. And so when we dig into this data, we're like, oh, how many students really is this? And where are they falling? Where's that scale score? And then we'd like to dig in deeper around those domains.
Maybe it's the one grade level below.
I
that
know,
I'm
it's
getting
the
confused with.
terminology, right? It
Yeah,
should be like,
it's
almost
yeah.
there, on their way.
Okay.
I know.
Hi, thank
Hi.
you. I really, there were a whole, I put the questions in per slide, sorry. I like the horizontal and vertical articulations. Are those done with I'm assuming with the teachers during paid professional days? They're,
So we actually we don't have that many paid professional days. There's 2 a year.
right,
For full days. And we really need the time of a full day to dig into all of the collaborative work that we need to do. And so we have, as a district, got subs for teachers for a full day for each grade level to get together,
okay,
which is no small feat. You know, we're asking a lot, especially for admin and secretaries to find these subs. And teachers to make sub plans and everything, but they have walked away every day, provided really strong feedback that it's been successful and very helpful for them.
and how many days are they've been doing, 2?
We've done
Just
2 a
2?
year, yeah, and
Okay.
we've done it at checkpoints around October, end of September, October time, and then again around February time.
Okay, and so how about the articulation going from 5th to middle school? That is occurring as well?
It hasn't occurred as much as we would love it to happen. The tricky part is those early out Thursdays, and elementaries don't have that. So there's not any other days besides the Friday afternoon PD time,
Okay.
Which requires people to travel, right?
Right.
And you have people at Tular and at Cooper, and so you're
And
traveling.
and how are we doing also between the transition from the iReady to the middle school program?
Yeah, so middle school just adopted the iReady assessment this year, and so they're trying it out this year. They gave it at the beginning of the year, so we have data for that. They are not using the instructional materials. Obviously, they're a different group, and they're using Carnegie, but it's nice for them to be able to see students also coming from the elementary and understanding that data piece. Yeah.
I'm going
Okay.
to take this one too, though. So our middle school, I think it's important to note that our middle school in the 21-22 school year, when the district did a mathematics adoption, the elementary school and the high school participated in that, and the middle school did not.
Right.
And they are now interested in starting to ask questions about an adoption. However, we want to support them with that, but the reality is that a new framework just got released, and so instructional materials are no longer supported in the same way for a new adoption. So we're in a situation where we're going to explore with them some supplemental materials, but one of those supplemental materials is this diagnostic that will help them to see where their kids are performing, because there's 2 components to iReady. What you're seeing is the diagnostic, which is strongly connected and correlated, obviously, to their instructional materials. But you can, many districts adopt the diagnostic without the instructional materials. We have both, which is good because
Okay.
there's strong connection between them. But the middle school is definitely looking at that now. But
Right,
the
and that-
timing is a little off.
Okay, I was just curious because I knew that middle school was on a different, system, mathematics books and stuff like that.
Yeah, and then our first early release day of next year, we've guaranteed for vertical articulation for
Okay.
subjects.
The students. Okay, are parents getting these readouts at some point in time, or are they just getting it integrated somehow into the report card?
It's not part of the report card. We really deter screener assessments at the district level being used towards a report card.
Okay.
Classroom assessments are really what we encourage being used because that provides the most adequate feedback, and it's timely, and it's not just one assessment. right? And so teachers are using all of their assessments and triangulating their data to provide information towards a report card.
And I can answer that as a parent of a first grader, and I just came out of a parent-teacher conference. So my experience with the teacher with iReady was fantastic. So I'm on the receiving end of the materials and a recipient of the curriculum that you've described. And so what I can say about the teachers reporting out about the students' math is it's exactly what you just said. It's really like a holistic perspective that they provide at the conference of how the student is either excelling or maybe a little bit behind in math. Are they at grade level? Are they below grade level, right? So we are getting some metrics and some information as to how our students doing. So I just wanted to make that clear.
And I'll chime in and say we encourage our teachers to use this as a formative assessment, meaning informative as information
Right.
to provide so that we can make sure we have the right supports in place for students and who might need them, and for those who might need extension, that we're able to offer that as well. So it's a formative assessment tool that helps us see if we're on track. And ultimately, with this particular tool, it is supposed to be predictive of a student's performance on the CASP assessment in mathematics. A lot of times, especially in an implementation year, that doesn't happen. In fact, oftentimes in implementation years, districts dip because they don't necessarily implement with fidelity, but with the commitment of the CIA team, we ensured that we had those grade level collaboratives last year. We also put in place a principals collaborative. So principals, they just did this today. They go visit sites and they go together as a team into classrooms, and they make observations and they debrief around what they're looking for and when they go in to support their teachers. So we really are focusing in on how this program has been implemented with as much fidelity as possible so that we can determine whether or not these results are predictors for performance on the CASP assessment.
Thank you very much for that. In terms of if you're taking a look at the assessment in fall and you want everybody to be about in the yellow because it's going to be predictive of where you're supposed to be at the end of the year, what do you do if you have a child that is completely in the green or completely in the red? I mean, are we able to make adjustments for those kids who are either further ahead or further behind?
Yeah, that's exactly why we give this type of assessment, is because it flags students, right? It helps us as teachers and administrators as well, and on district level too, really look at and see where are our students and where are they starting at and where do we continue to help them grow from where they're at. And so when we see that dark green, right, that's an indicator for teachers. Okay, how can I extend their learning? Does it need to go deeper, or do they need extra, like more different items, different learning continued on along the paradigm of math? And then for our students who are scoring below or far below, what supports do we need? And what prerequisite skills do we need to put in place or teach before or teach in tandem with what we're teaching so that they are gaining that understanding, that learning, and able to show what they know?
Let me sneak one in here.
Surely.
Is there any place for norm referenced testing?
There is.
Let me
There's-
just ask the question
yes.
first.
Oh, sorry.
So a lot of the universities are going back to SAT testing, right? That would fit more into a norm referenced approach, wouldn't it? The other one is kind of a standalone district sort of approach for each district. And, we don't really have a sense of where we stand with similar districts anymore. Now, I'm not sure that's that important. But when you look at this whole thing, I mean, it took a ballot measure to get 8th graders to take algebra in San Francisco in middle school. So I'm just curious if we're not losing some perspective when we don't have some norm reference.
That is a great question, Carl. Yes, there's definitely a place for norm reference, and it is important for us to identify where students are at in relation to other students. The great thing about the iReady assessment is it is criterion reference, but they also have norm referenced measures that we can utilize. And so they do have percentile that we can look in. They also have quantile, which is great as well, and which is new in the math world. And so it provides us not just a scale score, the progression towards standards, but also percentile, as well as that quantile measure.
And
It's a pretty
the
amazing
SBAC
assessment.
math is similar.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
I just have two questions. First, thank you so much for this presentation. I think the data and the metrics that you presented are really important. As I mentioned, I have a student who is participating in the iReady math program, and she was actually in kindergarten last year when the implementation rolled out. So I know that change is always hard for everybody, but I think the implementation overall was really smooth, and I think the results that we're seeing are very positive. So again, thank you for the data. I've also seen in the classroom what you just mentioned, whether it's a student that needs an extension for more learning, and then also a student that might need deeper, math. So I've seen that. So thank you for bringing that up as well. My question for you is, and this might be an obvious question, but how often do you do these implementation assessments? So you said right now, we're at the middle. Do you do another assessment in May, or is the next assessment at the beginning of the next school year? What's the cadence of your assessment testing or looking at?
Yeah, so the iReady diagnostic is given at the beginning of the year, the middle of the year, and the end of year.
Okay.
So we have the 3 marks of data for last year, and then we have 2 marks of data for this year so far, and we'll be doing it again at the end of this year.
Okay, perfect. And then I think you answered all my other questions. Thank you again. Great presentation.
Yeah, I just have a couple questions as well. And so I know Anne Marie had asked about like the extremes, the ones in the red, the ones in the dark green. How do you collectively, as the middle, how do you bring them up towards a higher benchmark collectively? Like what things are being done and implemented in the classroom to do that for a good bulk of the majority of students who need to raise up a little higher?
To clarify, do you mean like if we're looking at the data, the students that are in yellow, how you move them forward?
Yeah.
Well, those students we would look deeper, obviously, and look at the domains, and look at individual students and which areas they scored high in or low or right on. But if you're looking at a collective, they're right on grade level. So really you're using the information that you've got and the tools and strategies that you have. The great piece around this program is it really emphasizes the building from conceptual understanding to procedural. And so that's the core of this program, of the materials. And so it's really great to be able to see how teachers are doing that and pulling student strategies and pulling them and sequencing them in ways that build from the conceptual to the procedural, so that students are sharing their knowledge with each other and discussing mathematics with each other.
That's great.
Yeah.
And then just my last question is, and maybe you can't address this, maybe this is more for Sharon, but so this is about the elementary. Do the middle and high school have similar benchmark testing periods throughout the school year to ensure that they're on top using data-driven information to increase?
This past year was the first year, last year was the first year our district, from my knowledge, ever had this type of assessment put into place for mathematics. And so it's great that we have this type of information because it helps us really learn a lot about our needs. So we had this at the elementary level last year, and then we now have it at the beginning and end for middle school for this current year. And then our high school at the 9th grade level is using NWA MAP, which is a norm referenced assessment.
Okay. Do you think there will be a switch from the norm to the?
We might. It just depends. There are requirements for 9th grade mathematics. There's a class placement portion of the ed code that requires us to assess kids within the first 30 days, make sure they're assigned to the appropriate and correct classroom. or level of mathematics, et cetera. So I believe that's how they are using the NWEA. So it depends on the purpose of the assessment. What is it that you're trying to do? And it is in that exact conversation that we looped in the middle school folks right away last year from the very beginning of the year in August with the first trainings so they could learn about what the capabilities were of the iReady diagnostic, knowing that all of these students in elementary school are eventually going to end up here at the middle school. And there was through a variety of discussions, a determination that they would pilot the iReady diagnostic in the middle school as well. It does go up to high school, but they do different things. So just depends. And in high school, the Carmel High School does an integrated math program, and some high schools, they have choices. You can go integrated or you can stay discipline specific. So it just depends on where our teams are. They did a new adoption as well, and those textbooks will come with their own assessment materials. So again, I think it gets a little bit more course specific for the upper grades.
Thank you very much. It's good to see this data and to have some positive news about the progress of our students. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I just want to acknowledge something real quick, that because the audience can't see it and the people on the camera can't see it, your enthusiasm and facial expressions and energy and how excited you are about this is, yeah, that's refreshing to me. Thank you. Can we go to the how do we compare slide?
Yes.
So what I'm looking at is that the national norm was 42% we're at early on grade level or mid or above, but currently the year to date we're much lower than that at 33%. Is that kind of the common trend? Because we talk about test scores a lot, and dropping test scores is kind of what's happening. Do they correlate is my question. Is it worth talking about that? Because we're still at 56% early on grade level and mid or above grade level, but we may have dropped from what we were back in the 18-19 season, but we didn't have this program in 18-19 to recognize.
Correct. Yeah, we don't have data to compare to that. If we did, that would be great to see, right? I'm curious if we've gone back up or if we're it's very interesting. But yeah, I mean, that is the trend of around, from what I'm understanding of other districts that have that type of data, is that they are coming back to those types of norms or moving towards them. But also a lot of other districts are in different places as well, right? The new framework just came out, and then when new frameworks come out, then new materials come out right after. And so there's been a lot of changes. So yeah, it depends on the district. It depends where they're at in an adoption or implementation. As Sharon said, we often see a decline during an implementation year in our scores, and we saw an increase in our mathematics scores statewide on the CASP test. So it's in Carmel Unified, yes, specifically.
Thank you. Again, this was an information-only item, so no action will be needed. If you'd like to applause, I think we should recognize. Moving on to agenda item 5C, emergency action authorizing reconstruction of school facilities with Dan Paul.
Okay, this is a continuation of the emergency action that was approved at the last special meeting. Resolution 24-03 allowed us to move forward with contracts to replace the Apple Pie portable on an emergency basis. We need to continue the emergency action until the final contract is paid and all pay apps are paid out. So we would need a vote by the board to continue at this time, unless there's any questions.
If there's no questions, I'll make a motion. All right, I'll make a motion to approve the emergency action authorizing reconstruction of school facilities.
Second.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Agenda item 5D, ratification of contract for modular classroom for American Modular Systems with Dan Paul.
This is a contract that was signed by the superintendent under the emergency action resolution. This is just bringing it before the board for ratification after the fact. There'll be more contracts forthcoming as we get further into the project, but this is one that had the really tight timeline on it to get us back in operation.
We received one public comment request. Mr. Matt Glazer, can you step up?
I would realize the board maybe doesn't know, but the Big Sur community and the Captain Cooper community supports the ratification of this contract and the replacement of the building like for like as proposed in this presentation. So it's important to us that this gets done also. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll open this up to the board.
Excuse me?
Open up to the board for any questions for Dan.
No. Yeah, I'm happy that there's agreement from the Big Sur community that this is the best way to do it.
May I receive a motion to approve the contract as presented?
I'll make that motion as presented.
I'll second.
Board President Jason Menzie,
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar,
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Agenda item 5E, approval of transportation plan for 2024 to 2025 school year. Dan Paul.
Getting them all out of the way. And I'm sorry I don't have the enthusiasm that Jen, but you know, everybody's got to play to their strength.
We can all improve.
So this is the transportation plan for 24-25. It mirrors the 22-23 and 23-24 plan that the state requires to receive the funding allocation. Our transportation program already met all the requirements for receiving the funding, so we just write down what we do and approve that year after year. Our program's fully in compliance.
Can I add to that? I just want to share with everyone that this was new last year, so you saw it last year. It is now an annual item. So at some point, we will probably move it to a consent calendar kind of thing because it's an annual routine item, unless there's some substantive changes. But it is new from last year, and so we're keeping it as an action item until there's, familiarity with it. So the plan, though, isn't substantively different because we have a transportation plan.
I have one quick question. So in terms of assessing every year, bus routes and condensing a route or eliminating a route, is that part of this plan as well?
No, the plan really deals with how you intend to transport certain grade levels and prioritize certain groups. The process we use to assess the routes is based on attendance at school sites and where we see the active bus stops. We start the school year with all stops active.
Right.
And we get into like the first month, and then we know where we have students, and then we start to pare down the stops after that.
Okay. This is just to make sure you have all the
Yes.
vehicles in place and available. Okay.
I think I skipped the spot. This is my first time running the meeting this way, but I think I skipped the spot for public comment, and we do not have any requests for public comment. So the board, go ahead and ask any questions you have from Mr. Paul.
Does the total expenditure look a lot different?
No, we're consistently in this time range for transportation.
Okay.
What do we do about students who say have, pick up at one spot and then 3 days a week need to be dropped off somewhere else? Is the contingency in this plan for, that? Because that's sort of, say they're taking, writing lessons at another place. Is it possible for them to be dropped off at someplace else, or?
That's not something that's covered in this plan, but when they sign up for their bus pass, they can coordinate with the transportation department, and we'll put them on the rider loads for the student loads for different routes so that the driver's aware.
And is there like a sliding scale for, people who have, socioeconomically disadvantaged, yada, yada, to be able to have?
Right, that's what's in this plan. If you meet certain criteria, you get a free bus pass.
Beautiful.
And we identify those families and reach out to them ahead of time so that they know they qualify.
Thank you very much.
I'll go ahead and make a motion for the approval of the transportation plan for the 2024-2025 school year.
Second.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Thank you.
Agenda item 5F, presentation of the audited financial statements for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023 with Yvonne Perez.
Thank you. Tonight we have with us Priscilla Flores, who is a director with Clifton Larson and Allen Audit Division. She is a certified public accountant. She has a bunch of acronyms after her name. She's also a certified internal auditor and a certified fraud examiner. And I will say to get those certifications is no easy feat. But she is responsible for certifying the district's audited financial statements for the year ending June 2023. If you'll recall, typically this is presented to the board in January, but we had to request an extension because of our J13. She will present an overview highlighting particular sections of the report. She'll answer any questions, and then the board will be asked to accept the report. And with that, I'll turn it over to Priscilla.
Which attachment? Presentation. Thank you for answering. I was like, Okay. Hi there. I'm Priscilla Osborne Flores from Clifton Larson Allen, and I had the pleasure of doing your audit this year. And the pleasure is coming up here for the board presentation because I get to be in Carmel, so that's a good thing. I have control of this, right? Ooh, I do. Okay, so our audit is an audit. And so here's all the different stages that we do, the different things that we do, the different things that are interesting. And one thing that was interesting this year is GASB 96, the subscription-based information technology arrangements. We had to do extra auditing, looking through the general ledger, asking questions to see if you had any that were material that needed to be disclosed. We had to do extra disclosures about them, but you had you had nothing to record. But we did have to do extra procedures for that. Also, the reasons why we do an audit is to certify that your financial statements, the unaudited actuals that were last September, are presented fairly with no errors or things like that. And also there's federal and state compliance that we have to look for. Also, did you conform to California Ed Code and a laundry list of other acronyms that you have to comply, which you did comply, which is good. And then to the results, okay, let me do this. So here I'm breaking down the pages of the audit report, which I'm sure you've all read in detail. And, and you really want to go over it again. I can go through any questions that you might have, but it's not a report. And it's not all that different from last year, except for the GASB 96 disclosures. Okay, here's your numbers. They're your numbers, they're not my numbers, so I'm not compelled to talk a lot about them. They should be comparable to what you had in your unaudited actuals and your last year's audit. So I'm not going to go into detail of that. And then this is more about what's in the audit report. So you have the major funds, and then you have the non-major funds and where you can find those, and note disclosures. So the results are you had no audit adjustments, which is really great. I don't think maybe I didn't even put it in the slides, but it's really great. It's on page 70, I believe. Has nothing on it, which is really good. It means that your finance department, you're doing the right things. And then also towards the back, you have several letters that talk about the different requirements of the audit. And so you have the internal control letter, and you had no findings related to that. You have the federal compliance letter, and here we had we tested the COVID-19 Education Stabilization Fund. It's rated as high risk by the feds, so we have to test it every year, even though it's not that difficult a program. and you've had it for a couple, 3 years. So it's just kind of silly. We have to keep on looking at it. But the feds declared it as new and interesting and risky. So we have to keep on looking at it. And you had no findings related to that. And then state compliance, you have a letter. There's a whole laundry list of the programs that we have to look at for that. That's prescribed by the state of California, what we have to do. And you did have one finding related to continuation ed, ADA, related to the bell schedule in the system and the calculation of the actual ADA. And then last year you had one finding and it was implemented, which is all very good. That's about all my presentation. Any questions related to the report or anything that I might have said?
But just a real quick comment for the procedure of the board. This would be the time for public comment, and we did not receive any requests, so the board can ask any questions they have.
No, but it's a lot like the report we saw last year.
Yes.
No, really well done. And there are a lot of little acronyms after your name here. So I'm going to have to go with it.
I just wanted to make a statement just for the public to know that we had a wonderful session with Yvonne going over our budget. We did a 2-hour session. So this is not just, random information coming at us and, we're going to be taking a look at it and not asking a lot of questions because we seriously had a 2-hour session where we went into the nuts and bolts. So thank you very much for the results. I appreciate the wonderful results.
Well, and I realize also this audit report is last year, and you're in the thick of this year, so it's kind of done.
Also in the spirit of transparency and edification for the public, I'd like to acknowledge the fact that Priscilla interviews key stakeholders in our district in the process of putting together this report. So the board president is always interviewed. So I've had the pleasure of working with Priscilla the last few years. So it's nice to see you. And you'll be working with Jason this coming year. But just wanted the public to know that many stakeholders are interviewed, including the board.
And I should have thanked all the stakeholders that I talked to because we go to the sites and we look at the attendance and the bell schedules and all of that. We talk to many different departments, curriculum, as well as the business office. So we get around and everybody is helpful and forthright and open.
Would you mind just clarifying the one finding that we had?
Okay, so continuation ed is based on minutes. And so the bell schedule has to be rigidly in the attendance system as the students actually attended. And then the ADA is calculated pretty complicated. And so we wait for the computer to spit it out. Did you want to?
Basically, what I'll share is that the bell schedule that Carmel Valley High School uses wasn't exactly input into our student information system where attendance is taken. There was a mismatch there, and that's what that finding is. It is easily corrected, and we have definitely, that's part of addressing it, which says that we implemented it, is a process that makes sure that all the departments are working together to make sure we don't have a gap like that again.
And really interesting, this year I had at least 2 other clients that I did audits that had the same finding. So I don't know if it slipped because of COVID. We kind of lost touch at that or what.
Well, thank you. That was really helpful. And Yvonne and your team, thank you as always for having everything right in place.
I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the presentation of the audited financial statements for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023.
Second.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes. Moving on to agenda item 5G, second interim budget report with Yvonne Perez.
Let her get that up there. So tonight I am pleased to present the second interim budget report, and once again it will be hard to compete with Jen's enthusiasm. I can get pretty enthusiastic about the numbers, but I know sometimes people just glaze over. So I'll try to keep it as interesting as I can. Tonight is the second interim report. This is our, you had the first interim report in December. These are reports that are required for the board, for us to present to the board and for the board to approve the reports. And so this is for the period from July 1st through January 31st, and then we project the information out through June 30th. Here is the broad overview of what's happening in the restricted, unrestricted, and the restricted general fund for, and I put a comparison there from first interim compared to second interim, so you could see the differences. So at the very top there, you have the beginning fund balance on line 3, and then we add in the revenue, and so we had $73 million of revenue, and you can compare that to what we had at first interim. And then right off the top of that revenue, we take out the contributions to special ed, the contributions to routine repair and maintenance, and transfers that that we need to keep these other funds whole. And so that's a total of those contributions and transfers of $11 million. There on line 11, you can see that we have revenue sources available of $61,995,000 after we take those other revenues off the top. Our expenditures for the unrestricted general fund is $61,277,000. And so this is what we want to see. This is a good thing. We want to see the revenue over being more than our expenses, or at least equal to. And so we work really hard, as you know, to do projections in the business office and of both revenue and expenses. And so basically we were left with $717,000 of revenue over expenses. But then we transferred out some funds for the purchase of buses. And so our net decrease in fund balance is $130,169. And that leaves us, so our fund balance projected at second interim will actually increase by that amount. And so it went up from beginning to the projected at June 30th, and it will be $21.8 million. I always put a note down here just to explain a little bit about those one-time expenses. And so we had some one-time revenue and one-time expenses that we netted against each other. And so I put a note there at the bottom. And so that total was $721,000. We always have some of those every year. But basically, if we took those away, the way that we report it to the state, it goes into the current year. Basically, they're one time, and so we won't see those again. But I like to say that if we didn't have those one-time expenses, we would have been in the good even more, an additional $721,000. So we take those one-time expenses in theory from savings. Okay. Any questions about that? Right here, I have the history of the fund balance, and going back from 2014-15, and then I'll click to this next page. And this is our, once again, our estimated ending fund balance for the unrestricted, restricted, and combined general fund. And so we have $21.8 million projected. The board required reserve is $17.4 million. And so what's the difference between what we have, what we are projecting, and what the board required reserve is $4.3 million. And so against that $4.3 million, almost $4.4 million, we have committed activities. So revolving cash, this is cash that we have in a bank account that if we need to write a check quickly, instead of waiting for the county to write a check for us, because we don't write our own checks except for this account, we have that available to us. Capital projects, we have a whole bunch of capital projects that are in progress, and so those are commitments. We haven't transferred the cash, and but it is committed against those reserves. Textbooks, we always set aside some funds for textbooks, and so $500,000 for that. Health benefits, this is the second half of the year that goes into the next fiscal year, is set aside as well. And then the $2,000 per employee for one-time off schedule did not make it into it was paid out in February, so it's not reflected in the numbers that you see there. And then we're setting aside some reserve for cash, as you know, that we have to watch our cash very carefully once a year. Okay. Here is the multi-year, second interim multi-year projection assumptions. And so I highlighted in yellow, as I usually do, the statutory benefits for certificated are there at the bottom of the screen. It's coming out green there. On mine, it's yellow. And you can see in the multi-year projection, I included first interim and have second interim next to that. And so it's staying steady for our statutory benefits for certificated. But as we go across 2 years, the PERS rate is increasing. And so PERS is on line 8 there. And so this it's projected that PERS will increase from 26.68% to 27.8 and 28.5 the following year. Some more assumptions that we used on our multi-year projection is I will highlight line 16, which is the secured property assessed value increase projection. So at first interim, I had 6.25% that we were projecting. At second interim, that we actually had that posted, and so it's 5.9%. And I'll talk a little bit more on a different slide about what we're seeing actually come in, because there is a concern there. Our secured property revenue on the line underneath that, we projected 6.25%, and we reduced that to 4.22% at second interim based on receipts and conversations that we had with the Auditor Controller's Office. All right, this is the multi-year projection. I realize it's really small, but if you look at it online, you can blow it up and you can see it. And so I'll just jump quickly. This is set up a little bit differently in the SACS report on the multi-year projection than you see in the fund part of the SACS report. And so once again, you have your revenues, your expenses, and then on line 27, you have your net increase or decrease. So I always like to provide, especially on the unrestricted fund, the prior year to compare to. And so you have that comparison there. In the prior year, 22-23, we had a net decrease, but it was all due to one-time expenses for facility improvements and bus purchases and some other one-time expenses. So we really were still in very good shape in 22-23. And you go across that, you can see 23-24. Going into 24-25, we have not negotiated a salary agreement. And so that is not an assumption that we put into our multi-year projections. Across there, we have the projected for the restricted side of the house, the books, I should say. And then this is the combined multi-year projection with the unrestricted and restricted general fund. And so you can see there that in 23-24, it looks like we have a $1.7 million decrease in fund balance where our revenues are less than our expenditures, and that can be confusing to people, but it actually is okay because we have fund balance. Sometimes that revenue, especially in our restricted side, comes in a prior year and it gets recorded in that prior year and then expended in a subsequent year. So you'll see that happen, and as long as we have the fund balance to support that, we're okay. And so when you get out over to 25-26, the multi-year projection assumption assumes that we're spending down all of those reserves in our restricted side. All right. Revenue sources of the general fund are detailed out here. I added one little line here on state aid hold harmless on our property tax. And as you can see from this slide, most of our revenue comes in from property tax. So on the unrestricted, second interim restricted side, we can see, and it falls under LCFF sources, that there's $70 million that is highlighted in LCFF sources, and we have $68 million of that $70 million that's coming in from property tax, which is what makes this a basic aid district. It's one of those factors. And so we basically do get state aid. All basic aid districts were given a hold harmless, and ours is $1.6 million. So I added that in there just for a reference. I also provided some comparisons from first interim and also comparison to prior year. All right, here's a slide on property tax revenue. I'll spend just a second on this because this is coming in lower than what we had projected. And it's a little bit of an anomaly again, and I'm just starting to be like, since I came into Carmel, there's these anomalies with the property tax. It's not really following. But that's one of the challenges with the basic aid district is the volatility of property tax, and this is a year where it's hitting. And so, as you heard me say, we had projected 6.25, and that was an educated projection. We just don't do this randomly, and we do this with conversation with our assessor's office. And what we saw in December, January, and February, when we go back in history, we can see a true trend of how much comes in percentage-wise during that time frame. And December is when we really get a large chunk of money all at once, and then again in April. And so what we saw is that it was coming in at only 3.33% over the prior year. So we reached out to the auditor controller, and they did an analysis for us. And what they have explained is that they are seeing lower collections, so people are not paying, and so the collections are coming in lower. Even though our assessed value went up, the collections people paying is coming in lower than we would have anticipated. There's also been a large, almost $1 million for Carmel Unified of refunds. So for whatever reason, people maybe protested their tax, and so they're successful in that, and there's 976 at this point in time when I reached out to them of refunds. And so that lowers the revenue that's coming in. And they're also seeing a huge increase in insufficient funds. So somebody pays their tax and the funds don't clear the bank, and so then they take that against it. So those are some of the things that they were able to identify. Why was our assessed value at a certain higher level, and the collections are coming in less, and they're also coming in different or less than what is normal. And so those were some of the reasons for that, and I wanted to share that with you. So this chart gives a history in the report. There is a chart of that I provided in the report to you of the history of those pots of property tax that comes in, so that you can look at that too. So once again, this is a year where we're seeing that example that basic aid districts deal with much more of an extent than a state-funded district, where they can predict their revenues much more accurately. So basic aid districts have that challenge. Okay. So use of unrestricted and general fund dollars. What I'll point out here, I always like to talk about the salaries and benefits. And so we can see that I provided the 22-23 actuals and then our projection for 23-24. And we can see on the unrestricted side that 84% of our budget is used for salaries and benefits. On the restricted side, 70% is used for salaries and benefits. And so we are people rich in this district, and we need that. People are our source of what we do, and so that's where the majority of our budget goes. Here's the combined general fund, and you can see on the combined general fund that total salaries and benefits are 80.96% of the combined general fund. And this is the same information in a graphical format, which is a nice visual. Thank you. And then this is a slide on the contributions and transfers. And what I'd like to point out, once again, I provided the 22-23 actuals and also the first interim projections and then the second interim projections. And so we have special education that continues to increase. And so the very last column there on the differences between actuals 22-23 to our projection at second interim, we can see that special education we're projecting is going to increase by $338,000. Routine repair maintenance is just a function of how much we're expending. We have to provide 3% of that, and so it's increasing $104,000. And then I will point out that adult ed there's an account that we have in adult ed that retains that fund balance because it's used for a specific purpose. But we generally have to provide some funding to adult ed, but it's a little less than it was last year. The Child Development Fund is requiring us to provide a transfer of $220,000 to keep the account whole. So basically, we account for all of the expenses in that account, and then we do a transfer basically so we can record what the expenses are for each of the different detail. And then we just add a transfer to that to make it whole. So that's continuing to increase, and for a couple of reasons. They provide a really great service. to our community, and we also provide a 50% discount to our employees that have children in that program. Child nutrition, once again this year, we are not projecting that they will need a transfer from the general fund. And then the other post-employment benefits are for our retirees, our early retirees, where we still contribute funds for that until age 65, 66, or 67 in some cases. And so transfer to Fund 40, also I explained that. That looks like a big difference from actuals from 22-23. We did not change it from first to second interim, and this was for the purchase of buses. But basically, we have ongoing contributions and transfers of $891,000. This is just a quick chart of the other funds that we have to track. And so you have your student activity account, which is tracked separately, and at financial statement preparation, it's brought into the financial statement, so we never put information there till year end. And then all of your other accounts, you'll see there's right in the middle, transfers from the general fund, you'll see that again to keep those accounts whole. I'm not going to go into enrollment history and projection, except for one little explanation. We talked about this at the budget study, and we know that we're declining enrollment, and the number that we have here at the bottom is a projection for 24-25, and you also see the 23-24 that we declined 117 students. So when I went ahead and included this, although we talked about this at the budget study with the board, is the enrollment history. Now, this is different figures than you just saw in the previous slide, because the previous slide is based on CBED's date. And and this slide, I wanted to make sure you understood that it's rolling the grade. So different method. It's a different method of presentation. And so at both the middle school and the high school, the middle school is kind of settling in, but you'll see in 3 years, if we just rolled those grades down until they hit the middle school, they would decline to 429 students. And our high school, it looks like that just rolling the grades is that we would decline to 661 students in that multi-year projection or that multi-year look forward. I did this interestingly just to say, if I rolled all of those kids that were in first, second, third, fourth grade, they would all be at the high school at the same time. We would decline to 554 students. Now, that's hard to predict, right? It could go up, it could go down. To go that far into the future is really difficult. But it is an interesting piece of data to pay attention to when we're doing planning. All right, here's your enrollment versus staffing. I won't spend too much time on this, but the blue line is staffing, and it's 2 scales. You can see we have a scale of enrollment on the left-hand side and a scale of staffing on the right-hand side. And so the orange is enrollment, and staffing is on the blue line. And so we've continued to decline in enrollment with the projection that will continue to decline next year again. All right, fiscal impacts and challenges. We do have some. We haven't negotiated for 24-25, and so this is an important time. Since we have not negotiated for 24-25, it gives us a good picture in a multi-year projection type format to see what we would have available to improve salaries and benefits for employees if that's what we needed to do through negotiations. We have a rising cost of pensions. As you saw, the PERS continues to go up. We're still dealing with inflation, although it's coming down. Inflation has come down substantially. Expansion of universal TK. There is a 4-year phase-in, and we will be in year 4. We also have declining enrollment, but we also have a lot of people. And so we support a lot of programs, really important programs. But it may be the time to really talk about what are our priorities, what does that look like. We have engaging course offerings, and so being fiscally responsible with FTE and class size is certainly a conversation that we'll be talking about in the future. Rising special education costs are something for us to continue to figure out. Technology, infrastructure, and device replacements. As you know, we've purchased a lot of technology devices, and so we have to have a plan to replace those. Aging facilities. We know that we have aging facilities, and there's lots of talk, and with more programming and the things that we'd like to do for our wonderful students that we have in this district, And to do some of those things would definitely require a bond. So that's something to think about. And our legal costs are expected to remain high during this next year, just based on some information that we know about right now. So we have to prioritize, and we presented this last year, the 4 Ps of school budget, a quick way to just talk about it. So schools spend money on 4 categories. We spend money on people, pockets, programs, and physical plants. And so where do we prioritize our money as we plan forward for next year as we go through that budget cycle? And so defining priorities, our mantra is that we can afford anything, but we cannot afford everything. And so that's where the prioritization becomes a really important conversation. And these listening sessions that Superintendent Ofick and our union partners have been going around and listening to, it helps us define our priorities and where do we need to put our dollars. So we have spending plans that must be prioritized every fiscal year. We have electives with low interest. Should we continue those? We have support for English learners. Of course, we've got to support our English learners. And so do we need to support them in a different way? What does that look like? Social emotional learning, as you know, we've paid for that increase for staff that do those kind of services for our students. We're paid with ESSER dollars. And so that will have to move into the general fund. Eventually to the tune of $1.2 million. We want to make sure that we are talking, this was a wonderful presentation that Jen Martin gave earlier, and the work that Sharon Ofick has done in her time here in the district, and the strategies that are being put in place to look at data more deeply. And so having those collaborative conversations are so important so that we're doing the best things that we can for our students. So celebrations, I won't go over this because time is short, but we do have some wonderful things in our district to celebrate. We have many, many things that we should be thankful for and that we are thankful for. And one of those is our wonderful students, obviously, and our wonderful staff that we have that do so give of their time to give the best opportunities for our students. And the last slide, I put the budget calendar in here once again so you can kind of see where we're headed and what we have to get done. Our audit, we're generally working on 3 fiscal years within the year, and so the budget calendar shows that. By April or May, we are engaging with an auditor again. I need to get some quotes for those services again. So you'll hear from me again at budget development when we present the budget in June. And with that, I will conclude my presentation.
Thank you, Yvonne. The board did not receive any requests for public comment, so we will now open up to the board for questions.
Now we've kind of reviewed much of this very recently, so we're pretty up to date. The only question I would have is I keep going back to deferred maintenance. Are we in good enough shape there? And that would be the budget that has to do with maintaining what we already have. Is that, are we looking at some kind of a percentage formula for that, or is that still in the future?
Well, if you recall, it was 3 years ago or so, maybe even not quite, maybe 4 years ago, I can't remember exactly. But the board approved that we would send $200,000 a year to our deferred maintenance fund, Fund 14. And so right now, Fund 14 has I'll just jump over, went the wrong way. Fund 14 has a little over $2 million in it, and that is to maintain facilities. We really had started putting those funds aside to replace the turf at the high school because it's going to be an expensive replacement. If we were to do a bond sale, we could pay for that with a bond and do some more urgent, perhaps urgent projects that might need to get done. So it's a balancing act. And it's never enough. No.
I have one question. At the budget study session, the topic came up of the Mills Act and the impact on the district. For the benefit of the people that weren't able to attend and the YouTube audience and people who watch this, can you explain that a little bit? I think you explained it really well and really briefly at the budget session to ease some of the concerns that are out there.
Right. So our assessed value is billions of dollars. It's in that report that I have, but it is. And so when somebody applies for a Mills Act exception, which would lower the property tax that they would pay, it definitely affects us. But it takes a lot to move that needle. And so through some research of my own, and I actually created a calculator based on my understanding of it, it does take a whole lot. But any time that they do lower the tax for somebody that's applying for a Mills Act exception, it does affect our district, but not greatly, in my opinion.
Thank you for the clarification. Are there any other comments?
You had mentioned a potential for a bond. When would those discussions need to start happen?
Right, so I'm going to turn that over to Sharon.
All right, well, I think we're just looking into it. We have, my knowledge is that prior to the pandemic hitting, there was a very, very far along process that the district engaged in. And so the pandemic closure stopped all of it dead in its tracks, and it was pretty far along. So we are just now looking into what it would take to reinvigorate that project and to see when it would be best to do a bond, or if we're interested in doing that, or garner, do a poll of the community if there's interest in that. Our facilities are aging, and as we are traveling around, we definitely are hearing from our staff about that quite a bit. In swinging by schools or talking to teachers, they make comments about it. So we also have, like at the robotics competition the other day, I had a conversation with the parents who were there about spaces for that program to happen. So there's a lot of interests, and our spaces are, to change anything, to move anything around, to reorganize the space even takes quite a bit. And construction continues to rise, the construction costs. So waiting isn't necessarily better because the costs continue to increase pretty significantly. Like they've already tripled, I think, since the initial facilities master plan was created and evaluated. So we're working on looking into what it would take. And it could happen, if we wanted to, we could do it in this November. We could. And then we could get going on it. But it takes a tremendous amount of work. So before we come to you with that idea, we're looking into it.
I need to say something about a bond. I've been through a bunch of them. I think it's fair to say that the climate needs to be right to be able to do something like that, both politically and financially, in terms of the economy, in terms of the status of the nation, and even us as a board, because something like that requires a great deal of trust. And I think, we're not there yet. I think we can get there. And I think the key to the bond is usually always, what's it for? What are the priorities? And they have shifted a little bit because we've done some things that we wouldn't necessarily have done, such as some of the improvements at the high school and the athletic fields and acquisitions of property and things like that. So in my view, we're pretty far down the road in that particular domain.
Well, we have completed a facility master plan, so we wouldn't be starting from scratch. And the facility master plan is a guidebook to guide us into the future, but there's a lot in there. And so as we went down that path that Sharon was talking about, we had started to define the priorities within that great big huge facilities master plan. So there was a lot identified, and there's definitely needs. It is something that is needed, and so it's just determined, a determination of when. But there is a lot of work that goes into that, and we would have to make a decision very soon if we were going to go forward.
Yvonne, I'd just like to thank you and your team for putting together this really thorough presentation. I appreciate when you deliver this presentation each year. And I think I also mention this to you every time, is I appreciate you highlighting the percentage of our budget that goes to salary and benefits, because I think oftentimes that percentage is widely unknown. So thank you for calling that out. And thank you again to your whole team for this.
Thank you, and you reminded me that I do need to thank my team. If you'll give me just one more 10 seconds. So Diana Gonzalez is here, and she is the Director of Fiscal Services and heads up that team, and she does a tremendous job. We're very fortunate to have her and the whole Fiscal Services team. As you saw from the audit report, they do good work.
Yeah, I need to say too, Yvonne, you leave no stones unturned. You do a really good job with the details, and understanding all the facets of this, ins and outs, potential, projections. Another really good job.
Thank you very much.
If there's no further question, can I receive a motion to approve by roll call vote the second interim budget report for fiscal year 2023 to 2024?
So
I'll make a
m-
motion.
Go ahead. I was just going to say so moved.
I will second. Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar. Yes.
Agenda item 5H, J13A, request for allowance of attendance because of emergency conditions. Yvonne Perez again.
Yes, as you know, there was a storm that came through in February and that caused power outages and road closures. And so we had 2 schools that had to be closed, Captain Cooper for 2 days and River for 1 day due to a power outage at that school. And so the J13 is presented to you so that we can apply for a request for allowance of attendance under emergency conditions, and I'm recommending approval.
We received no request for public comment, so we'll pass it on to the board for questions or comments. If there's no comments, can I receive a motion to approve the J13A submission to request allowance of attendance as presented?
Make a motion to approve request for allowance of attendance because of emergency conditions, J13A.
Second.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item 5I, equipment replacement for Carmel High School CTE automotive pathway courses with Yvonne Glenn, it looks like, not Yvonne Perez. My notes are wrong.
Yvonne Glenn now. So good evening. So you do have in front of you a recommendation to replace some of the equipment that currently we have in the auto shop. As you know, we offer a full CTE pathway in our high school with 2 courses. The capstone course is Automotive 2 and the concentrated course is Automotive 1. So especially in CTE, there's a need to replace equipment often because industry changes and industry standards changes. So the proposal today includes a replacement of the wheel balancer, a tire machine, and toolboxes for the students. So I did include some pictures in your packet in order for you to have a better sense of the equipment that we are getting. But the equipment is top of the line, and it does include integration of technology in our current automotive. As you may know, technology is everywhere, and automotive is not an exception. So this equipment may bring also the opportunity for our students to be industry certified through the National Coalition of Industry Certifications. So that will provide an opportunity for our students to enhance their resume, enhance their college applications, and for our future mechanical engineers, that will be an add-on. As we all know, we are not only learning by reading and writing, but also by doing, and our kinesthetic learners may benefit from this investment. So I'm here if you have any questions regarding the equipment that we may have today for you.
The board received no public comment requests for this agenda item, so we'll pass it on to the board for questions or comments.
Just a quick comment. I noticed, Dan, that the tools at the high school are Snap-on, the top of the line. Back in the day, we had to start with like Craftsman and everything else. Anyway, it's really good stuff. Let's put it that way. That's for the auto shop.
This is great, Yvonne. Thank you so much. This is such a wonderful opportunity that we're presenting our students with, so thank you.
As a student who spent multiple years in that shop with every class that they offer between metal, jewelry, auto shop, advanced auto, I appreciate the new tools coming in because the equipment was scary back then. And, I've seen it now, it looks really good, but this will really fortify that program. And I think we have a great teacher for automotive technologies, and I'd like to see more happen in that shop. Thank you for all your hard work.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to point out that the toolboxes, there are two sets. So the first one is for the instructor, right? And the other toolboxes are for the students. And the purchasing of 6 will allow us to have really that ratio that we like in our classrooms, with small instruction and teacher ratio, and also with the toolboxes that allow the students to see, the teacher demonstrates a skill, and then the students will have the tools to do it. So the 6 toolboxes may bring either four students per toolbox, or even lower, 3 or 2, or ideally is 1, but at this point there's no way that we can put 24 of those toolboxes there. But 6 will give a very good ratio for that to happen and to accelerate the learning in the classroom.
I just had a quick question, more of a general question. So if there are CTE classes being offered, and the teacher that is leading those classes recognizes that there might be an opportunity to improve the equipment or the facilities or the spaces, is the process where they come to you and they discuss that, and then they go to Sharon? What is the process behind requesting additional items for some of these classes?
Well, it starts with a conversation, either with Libby or with me or with Sharon, right? And the conversation starts about what is it that we're going to be changing in the curriculum, right? In
Mhm.
order for us to improve what is around the shop. So after we define what exactly we are seeking on student success, we look at a conversation regarding the facility. If the facility appropriate and doable to do this, and if not, we do work very close with Dan as well,
Mhm.
in order for his team to advise what is doable in the current facilities that we do have.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
If there's no further comments, I'd like to receive a motion to approve the purchase of automotive tools and equipment from Snap-on Industrial.
I will approve or propose the motion as presented.
Second.
Actually.
Board Member Amory Rosen,
Yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi,
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar,
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yvonne. Agenda item 5J, contract with DataPath for network equipment and configuration with Yvonne Perez and Manny Carrera.
Good evening, all. Carmel Unified's wireless network equipment has reached the end of its life cycle, and it will need to be replaced. The equipment that we're going to replace are the wireless access points at each CUSD site. We've issued a request for proposal to replace the network equipment at all CUSD sites. This request for proposal was conducted in accordance with E-rate rules and regulations. We received 3 bids from 3 different vendors and evaluated them on a 100-point scale, with the cost of the project being the most heavily weighted item in the matrix of the evaluation. After evaluating the bids based on the criteria outlined in the request for proposal, I feel ready to recommend that the board award the bid and contract to DataPath. This purchase is expected to qualify for E-rate funding at 50%. The funding source breakdown is available in the board agenda item. The total cost of the project is $228,663. Of that, $109,714 is E-rate eligible, and $118,949 will come from the general fund. At this time, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
The board did not receive any public comment requests for this agenda item, so we'll open it up to questions from the board.
What's the lifespan on? Sorry, what's the lifespan on that?
Typically, it's between 5 and 7 years. We're expecting to get between 6 and 7 years from this model that DataPath has proposed.
If there's no further questions or comments, can I receive a motion by roll call vote to award the bid and contract to DataPath for $228,663.92?
Motion to approve contract with DataPath for network equipment and configuration for $228,663.92.
Second.
Board President Jason Remenzi,
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar,
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen,
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Agenda item 5K, wide area network bid and award with Yvonne Perez and Manny Carrera.
Carmel Unified is at the end of its 3-year contract with AT&T to provide wide area network services for the district. The wide area network services that we get from the AT&T is the backbone of our network infrastructure. We submitted a request for a proposal in accordance with E-rate rules and regulations for bids for the wide area network service. We received one bid, and it was from AT&T, our current service provider. After reviewing the bid, it's my recommendation to award the bid and contract to AT&T. There are some really positive things that are going to come from this bid for Carmel Unified. It's going to increase our network bandwidth at our school sites from 2 gigabits per second to 10 gigabits per second, and at our district office from 5 gigabits per second to 10 gigabits per second. And this is going to come at a 45% discount over what we're currently paying for that lower bandwidth. The total cost of the project is $42,804 plus taxes and surcharges. Of that, 50% will be E-rate eligible, so that's $20,880 will be paid for by E-rate. Of the remaining $20,880, the California Teleconnect Fund is going to pick up $10,440. So the total cost of the project to Carmel Unified's general fund will be $11,484. And this is, I'm sorry, a 3-year contract with 2 optional 1-year extensions.
The board received no request for public comment, so we will pass this on to the board for questions or comments.
I'll make a motion to approve the wide area network bid and award to AT&T. Total cost of the project, $42,804 plus estimated surcharges.
Second.
Board Member Carl Palestrini,
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar,
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen,
Yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi,
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Thank you.
Agenda item 5L, ratification of side letter agreement between CUSD and ACT regarding job sharing with Craig Chavez presenting.
So Jen was so excited. I'm going to give you 3 reasons why I'm excited. I'm excited that people like Jen work for our district. There are lots of them, so that's the first reason. The second one is it's my grandmother's 101st birthday today, so happy birthday, Mary. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. A few years ago she was born. And then the last reason is I'm excited actually to bring this to you, and I don't say this often, but these kinds of items seem maybe routine or boring, but really they're opportunities for the district and for our bargaining units to work together to support our employees. In this particular case, this side letter is intended to support a teacher who has a personal need that she would like to go ahead and job share next year, but our contract, because of the restrictions, the individual who she could job share with was not normally able to do that. So this side letter puts together an agreement between the district and between the association that allows that other individual to share with this person so that we can meet somebody's needs. So this is before you this evening and for your approval.
The board received no request for public comment, so we'll move on to board comments or questions. And if not, can I receive a motion to approve the side letter agreement regarding job sharing as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar,
Yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi,
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen,
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini,
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
We're moving on to agenda item 6, public comment on non-agendized items. Members of the public may address the board regarding items of topics within the board's jurisdiction that are not on the agenda at this time, starting with number 1, Mary Piezzo.
Finally, I can legitimately say I'm number 1. As a school district, we believe that high standards are essential for achieving excellence. Everyone deserves the opportunity to develop his or her potential. This is the second belief statement on the Board of Education's website. I'll say it again because it's a lot. We believe that high standards are essential for achieving excellence. Everyone deserves the opportunity to develop his or her potential. That potential looks different for everyone. Last month, the board reviewed the district's dashboard results and saw firsthand that underrepresented children are not achieving excellence. From my personal experience and interaction with other parents, I can confidently say that children with individual special education plans have lowered expectations from teachers. We're lacking thoughtful approaches to ensure that these kids are tested, graded, and held to acceptable standards. It's important to keep expectations high, as students will always meet low expectations. We need to set up classrooms and train staff in a way that allows general education as well as special education teachers. Sorry, I have a little laryngitis. To more easily teach all types of students and to not be intimidated by student profiles that they are unfamiliar with. During the last special board meeting, the superintendent discussed the problem of the significant increase in children with mental health disabilities coming out of the pandemic. What is the district's plan to structure classes in a way that this changing student population can reasonably access their education without the need for extensive pullouts and expensive programs? How are we providing these students tools so that they're able to succeed in any environment that they face in the future? Schools are microcosms for communities. Creating false environments for them now won't lead to their success in accessing the world at large in the future. We need to give them tools and accommodations that allow them to be successful in every environment, including regular classrooms when given the opportunity. We need to remember that special education is a service, it's not a place. Every child has a capability for learning. Every child deserves the opportunity to develop his or her potential. How can we ensure that every child gets that opportunity to reach their potential? Several studies indicate that children without disabilities perform better when they're educated alongside children with disabilities. There's also overwhelming evidence that children with disabilities perform better when they're educated alongside children without disabilities. Ensuring that every child has access to the same learning opportunities in the same classrooms helps each child reach their full potential. MPUSD has implemented Linda Mood Bell classes on all of their school sites. I know you're thinking that's MPUSD. They're a far bigger district than we are, and it makes sense. But I ask you to take a look at Pacific Grove. They keep their special education students in their district schools rather than busing them out of district. And they are a comparable size and scope to CUSD. And if Pacific Grove Unified School District can do this, why can't Carmel? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Speaker number 2 is Sharon Ruth. And if I pronounce anybody's name wrong, please correct me when you come up to the podium.
All right, thank you for your time today and for listening. One of the beauties of life, one that I know our region embraces, is that each of us matters. Young, old, male, female, rich, poor, each of us has value, and our whole selves are much more than one facet of our identity. One of the great beauties of public school is that it gives our children an introduction to others with multiple facets to their identities. Interacting with, developing friendships with, and hearing perspectives from a diverse range of students prepares our kids to be kind citizens with a broader and deeper perspective than if they only interact with the other kids who are similar to themselves. Public education should prepare our kids for a world where they will inevitably encounter people with varying backgrounds and life experiences. One reason that my family chose to move to CUSD 2 years ago when we moved to the area from out of state was because when we inquired with MPUSD about placement for our son, we were told that he'd be sent to Marina to a class for autistic students. This completely discounted his extremely high intelligence. He's currently a 6th grader in a math class for 8th and 9th graders. He's more than just his autism diagnosis. Having come from a school district in Washington where he spent most of his school day in a general education classroom, we knew that a segregated classroom was not a good fit for his mental health nor his academic achievement. It meant that other kids wouldn't be exposed to a kid who brings so many different aspects of what it means to be a person, and who may in some ways challenge them to be kinder and take a broader perspective. Although we received an inclusive placement in CUSD, I was surprised to learn that Carmel students with higher support needs were typically bussed out of the district and placed in segregated schools and classrooms. Although some of these students have started to return to Carmel schools, it seems that the district as a whole has yet to fully embrace inclusive education. Instead, we focused on separate special education classrooms that keep these kids segregated on the same campus as their peers at the middle and high school levels. The research is clear, and it was emailed to you earlier today, that both non-disabled and disabled students benefit most when they're educated in the same classroom for the majority of the day. Inclusion doesn't just benefit disabled students, it benefits typical students as well. Just yesterday, when I was talking to my kids who are in 4th and 6th grade, they mentioned some former classmates of theirs in Washington who used augmentative and alternative communication devices, or AACs. And I was reminded how important it is that our students get the chance to interact with kids of diverse abilities. My kids recognize that just because someone can't speak, it doesn't mean they don't have something to say or contribute to the world. As we consider the future of the district and how we want to move forward, I encourage you all to consider who CUSD is for. Are we truly dedicated to CUSD's vision to develop the potential of each and every student to positively impact society? Or does each and every student not include disabled students with complex support needs? It's our duty and obligation to demonstrate to students with and without disabilities that everyone is valued and included in CUSD and that we all matter. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Speaker number 3, David Grady.
Good evening. My name is David Grady. I'm the Regional Manager for the State Council on Developmental Disabilities for the Central Coast region. Our offices provide a number of activities to promote the quality of services for people and families with developmental and special education needs. A primary function is to assist families as they work with schools and regional centers and advise on negotiating services through the IEP process. It's wonderful to hear these parents speak about full inclusion of their children with disabilities. As they have expressed so clearly, this principle is spelled out in the values and mission of CUSD. It is proven a best practice for students with or without disability, and it is the driving principle of the Intellectual and Developmental Disabilities Education Act that students receive an education in the least restrictive environment. Nothing expressed here tonight is new, and inclusion is being practiced throughout California and the country as the standard of education. It is therefore distressing to hear that parents are still needing to attend a board meeting to insist that children have equality in education. That IEPs that identify appropriate assessments, supports, and services, a professional workforce aware and empathetic toward the needs of each student. It's distressing to hear from families about delays in scheduling assessments, resistance, and an us and them spirit at IEP meetings, and an unwelcome and untrusting attitude when working with school administrators. Where equity and disability intersect is often the greatest challenge facing schools and other systems. But when equity and disability justice are prioritized, that is where schools or any system shows its greatest progress. In my career, I have witnessed segregated and sheltered systems of education and support services that offered little opportunity for a person with a developmental disability to make any contribution to their community, to ones that are now emerging as person-centered and recognizes the values of citizens with disabilities. Students from special education complete coursework at levels never expected a generation ago. I've seen people with intellectual and developmental disabilities hold important jobs, own businesses, and live in their own homes. What has emerged is not a group of people requiring supports and services that strain the schools or the system, but the expression of an identity that infuses our communities with acceptance and celebration. On behalf of the State Council of Developmental Disability, I urge Carmel Unified School District to commit to the principles of the IDEA, to assure policies and procedures are in place for students to be included and to excel, and most of all, to adopt the principle of alignment with those with disabilities to assure they have access to education as fully as any other student. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Speaker number 4, Katrina Hodges.
Hi. The Carmel Unified's board belief statements include this sentence: "We believe that the family is the most important element in the growth and development of an individual." How do we support families in the growth and development of each individual student? Before my son was born, I had no regular exposure to disabled people. They were always sidelined in my experience. And if I had any thoughts, it was positive thoughts toward those willing to work with them in their special places and special programs. I felt vaguely sad for them and their families. That must be such a hard life. As I began to get to know my own son and his experience with disability early on, my perspective changed. My son is a normal human being. He likes laughing at normal things. He enjoys normal activities when he can participate, like listening to music, being outside in nature, swimming, going to community festivals, etc. As I learned more about the disabled life through him, I began to get angry about my own childhood. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, as a child, I had been shielded from children with disabilities. It's not like they didn't exist back then. People with disabilities comprise about 12% of the population. That means that in a classroom of 17 students, an average of 2 students will have some sort of disability. By pretending that disabilities were super rare and didn't exist, I was never given an opportunity as a child to learn how to be comfortable around disabled people. This meant that I had a steep learning curve as an adult when I had to face disability in my own family. The reality is that the majority of us will have to face disability in some form over the course of our lifetime, whether it's a child with a learning delay, an aging parent, or ourselves. We need to move away from thinking of those with disabilities as others who need to be hidden away and helped out of their disability in private. That's not how disability works. People learn to live with their disabilities, and that approach helps them have the greatest success as they go into adulthood. Disability permanently affects our community, and it's present in many different ways. So let's embrace who is in our community and develop new ways to ensure that they and their families feel like integral parts of who we are as a community. Becoming comfortable with disability as a normal part of the human experience is essential for us to be a healthy and whole community. Acceptance and celebration of each child allows our families to be stronger, which results in better academic engagement for all children. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Speaker number 5, Bobby Pfeiffer.
Good evening. The district's core ideology declares that we must behave in a way that values connected communities. The board's mission statement says that living by example is the best expression of one's beliefs. In quoting the superintendent, we can create a safe and welcoming and educational environment that promotes academic excellence and responsible citizenship. These are poignant values that I wholeheartedly stand by. As I work towards realizing them in my community and in my children's schools, I pay attention to how we facilitate students with disabilities and their families. The lawsuit against David Hodges is just one high-profile example. The experiences of others aren't publicized, yet are just as valid and concerning. Disability protections, albeit well established by law and clearly defined by policy, do not automatically prohibit discrimination. Inclusion is an act. It takes concerted effort to reflect it in our district's systemic practices and demonstrate that disability is not merely tolerated, but treated on an even keel. First, this requires the understanding that physical and mental disability is not a precedent. It can affect anyone at any time. Next, it is paramount to acknowledge that disability comes in many forms. To enable their functioning and learning, we have a duty to provide disabled students with accommodation matching their specific needs. Lastly, inclusion sustains the life-affirming sense of belonging. This means embracing differences and celebrating individuality. The objective to remove a child from the general student population, justified by the severity of their disability, makes me doubt CUSD's ethical code of fair treatment. Should my able-bodied children become wheelchair users by circumstance, I need reassurance that they will not be viewed as lesser or rejected for being different. Separated education sends a message that disabled students are not welcomed in our schools. It communicates that belonging is conditional, which negatively impacts children's self-esteem. Based on obsolete pseudoscience, not only it's proven detrimental to their development, but it normalizes segregation and perpetuates the stigma of disability. I come from Bulgaria, where disabled people are routinely exiled from the able-bodied majority. Limited access to public spaces and social isolation deprives them from equal opportunity to be involved and to contribute to profoundly damaging results. It has promoted widespread mindset of ignorance and a culture of intolerance, which in turn upholds institutionalized discrimination. Excluding the families of children with disabilities hampers their chances to thrive, adding further to their already great burden of navigating challenges most of us do not face. I cannot in good conscience look them in the eye and be the neighbor, fellow parent, and friend I strive to be, knowing that the very schools that work for the well-being of my children are unwilling to work for theirs. We need to empower our peers as inherently worthy and deserving members of our community and create the same supportive and uplifting atmosphere that is granted to us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. That concludes the public comment on non-agendized items, and I'd just like to recognize that I appreciate how everybody adapted to the new format and helped each other out with the forms, and I think it really focused the efforts a lot better. Thank you all. Moving on to agenda item 7, informal report by the superintendent.
Thank you. I don't have anything to add at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to board operations, routine status updates regarding campus activities, meetings, schedules, conferences, and meetings attended, and recent developments from the Board of Education. We'll start with Carl.
Well, we've been here a while, so I'll keep it kind of short. I'm having a lot of fun watching the high school athletic program. Not just boys basketball that almost made it all the way, but all of it, lacrosse, boys, girls. It's been a lot of fun for me. Plus, I've got the granddaughter at River School, which is a lot of fun for me. All my kids have gone through there, so she's first grade. I've got Nikki hanging out. He's in the 4th. And Jackson here at middle school. So from principal to board member to grandpa.
I just wanted to mention that I've been out to Kashawa, Big Sur, Captain Cooper. I've spoken with Alberto from River School. I've had time up at Carmel High School helping out some SPED kids who need some extra math help. I've attended the budget study. Lee Pretzel took him on a trip to Kashawa so he could get around to see the tail ends of our district. I had interest-based bargaining, so IBB training for 2 days. I have all the materials here in case anybody wants to take a look at what we went through. And then Career Tech Ed has a meeting tomorrow night at Seaside, and then there's a Community Human Services meeting that I missed because I was attending another conference, but I will be at their homelessness summit that is going to be at Sunset Center tomorrow at 2 o'clock. And we have a board governance meeting, all of us together on Friday from 9 to 2. So I wanted to put out one comment. Questioning authority provides authority with a conscience, and democracy demands public attention. So thank you to everybody who came and spoke today. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. Sarah?
Thanks, Jason. I had a scheduled visit to Carmel Middle School recently, and it just happened to coincide with the vibrant celebrations that they were doing for Chinese New Year, offering the opportunity for me to witness this extremely energetic atmosphere amongst the students and staff. It was incredible. These festivities definitely added to the already positive ambiance of Carmel Middle School, and this specific event that they were doing reflected the diversity and inclusivity embraced within Carmel Middle School. So thank you to Dan Morgan and his staff for hosting me. Also, during my time at Carmel Middle, I had the pleasure of observing a very intense Super Mario Kart competition. It was definitely showcasing the students' competitive spirit and enthusiasm, and it was wonderful to witness these extracurricular activities that are contributing significantly to the holistic developments of students, fostering teamwork and healthy competition. I was also in attendance at our 2-day training with Dr. Lee Pritzel, focused on board governance and development with an emphasis on fostering positive board behaviors. This training provided valuable insights and strategies to enhance our effectiveness as a board collectively, ensuring that we fulfill our responsibilities within the guidelines and exhibit board behaviors, which I believe that is incredibly important as we try and move forward and come together. I'd like to extend my gratitude to Mike Pelshaw for inviting the Board of Education to the 25th anniversary of the opening day Carmel Rec softball. I attended this event alongside fellow board members Jason and Seabury, which was wonderful. The event not only celebrated the founding members of Carmel Rec softball organization, but also honored the Carmel High softball players and highlighted the significance of community sports programs in nurturing young talents. One of the highlights of the event was an award given to a Carmel High softball player presented by Alabama Ledbetter in honor of her parents, Brett and Becca, who both loved the game so much and were a huge part of the fabric of this organization. So thanks again to Mike Pelshaw for that invitation. It was a super lovely event. Lastly, I had the opportunity to address the Carmel by the Sea City Council at their meeting last week, emphasizing the importance of partnership between our educational institutions and local government. I highlighted our collective initiatives such as educational tours and mock city council meetings, which enrich the learning experiences of our students and strengthen our community ties. There is so much potential that I'm looking forward to in working and exploring that with the district and the city. Over the last few weeks, my recent engagements have underscored the importance of fostering strong partnerships within the community and prioritizing diverse learning experiences for our students. And I look forward to further collaboration and initiatives that will continue to benefit all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Seabury, please.
I just want to take a minute to emphasize some of these workshops that we are participating in and the recognition by the board that we have a lot of work to do to get to a better place in moving forward. And I think all of us are committed to doing that. We really want to improve the dynamics of the board, following best practices, procedures, and protocols. And I know that there's a tremendous amount of commitment from all of us to really dig deep and move forward positively. So I think it's important to recognize all of these workshops that we're doing are really in the name of that. I also had an opportunity to do a couple site visits. As Sarah said, on Saturday we participated in the opening day for softball. And then on Friday, I went to the band show, which if you haven't gone to the band show, it's one of the best shows around. I was absolutely blown away. It's at the high school, and as Sharon mentioned, they also invited some of the middle school students there. It just blew my mind, the talent that we have in our students. The bands are fantastic. They just put on a fantastic show. And then to end it with the Paper Jam, which is a band made up of high school and middle school teachers. They rocked the house. I was absolutely blown away. Mr. MB, this is a specific call out to you. That ending song, I think it was Jimi Hendrix, was amazing. But all of the teachers that are in the band, and then the incredible amount of commitment that they did to just get that going. I know that many of them spent 30 plus hours just to prepare for that show. And then going the next day to this opening day on Saturday and the commitment that was made to have that, it just shows the passion and commitment that our teachers and our staff have to making these incredible opportunities for our students. And I think we can all say that we feel very fortunate to either be a part of that or be in support of that. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Seabury. It's now my turn. I also had the privilege of going to the board development session with Dr. Lee Pritzel. And his expertise, I thought, provided really valuable insights into effective governance practices, and it'll guide us in making better informed decisions and working well together and engaging the community and moving forward and highlighting how great this district is and where we can really go. In the meantime, I also completed Masters in Governance 1 last month, and tomorrow I'll be completing Masters in Governance 2. These are really comprehensive courses that are, lots of information. It's like drinking from a fire hose, and it's just helping to enhance my knowledge and skills necessary to guide this board and work together with everybody. And I appreciate that the California State School Boards Association offers these classes, and I have the opportunity to take them. The most important thing I probably did was attended the collaborative listening sessions with the ACT, CSEA, and the superintendent. And I think that's going to give us a lot of insights into the unique needs that we have out at our sites. I attended 2 Larcitos and a joint session with Carmelo School and Carmel Valley High, and the themes are starting to develop, and we're going to continue those over the next month. And I think as we report out, everybody's going to see that. And Lisa Brazil's also approached us about taking board members to each site to show us what her specific group does at the sites. And I appreciate all these invitations to go to sites. So if you have something going on at your site, please invite me. I will definitely show up. And that's all I have for this month. Thank you. Now we'll move on to a closed session items. Before adjourning to the closed session, the board will identify the closed session items and provide an opportunity for public comment on these items. A, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D, Section 2. There's 2 cases. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9, Subdivision D, Subsection 1, OAH case number 2022060843 on appeal as a U.S. District Court case numbers 5:2-3-CV-00856-PCP and 5:2-3-CV-00870-PCP. Office Administrative Hearings, case number 2022060843 on appeal as U.S. District Court case numbers 5:23-CV-00856-PCP, Carmel Unified School District versus Hodges, and 5:2-3-CV-00870-PCP, Hodges versus Carmel Unified School District. Item C, public employee discipline, dismissal, release pursuant to Government Code 54957, Subdivision B, Subsection 1. Item D, conference with legal negotiator pursuant to Government Code 54957.6, agency designed representative Craig Chavez, employee organizations ACT, CSEA, and non-represented groups. The board will now allow the opportunity for public comment on the closed session items, and I don't think we received anything on closed session items. The board will now adjourn into closed session. Thank you for all attending. Coming out of closed session, the board reports the following. As to item 8A, the board met with legal counsel to receive an update and provide direction regarding 2 cases of anticipated litigation. As to item 8B, the board met with legal counsel to receive updates on the cases referenced on the agenda. As to item 8C, the board received an update regarding a personnel matter. The board took action to release 13 temporary certificated employees at the end of the 2023-24 school year by unanimous vote and direct staff to provide the required legal notices to the temporary certificated employees. As to item 8D, the board received an update from district staff. No other action was taken. This meeting is adjourned.